This is the regular City Council meeting of February 8th,
Recording in progress.
2022. Call this meeting to order. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Councilmember Sneddon. Here. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Mayor Rouse.
Here. All right, very good. We have a ceremonial item. Madam Clerk, would you read the item, please?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Ceremonial item number 1, Black History Month, February 2022.
All right, very good. We have a proclamation to read. Whereas the 2022 Santa Barbara County theme is Black Joy and Legacy through Family Health and Safety, and whereas when Dr. Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week in 1926, he lobbied extensively to establish Black history as a nationwide institution and encourage the study of African American history. Due to his efforts in 1976, Negro History Week expanded to Black History Month. The goal of bringing to the public's attention for the front and center the noteworthy and important contributions made by African Americans / Black community members that merit emphasis, and whereas the 2022 theme reflects changes in how people of the African diaspora in the United States and Santa Barbara County in particular have viewed themselves, the influence of social movements and racial ideologies and the aspirations of the Black community, and whereas the Black family offers a rich tapestry of images for exploring the African American past and present. As family historians dive into archives, online newspapers, and census reports to stretch the traditional boundaries of history, they discover amazing life stories of their ancestors, ordinary people who did extraordinary things. These stories inspire new generations and destroyed old stereotypes. And whereas the Black family offers a rich tapestry of images exploring the African American past and present worldwide through the spread of families across the states, nation, and continents, and through family research that stretches traditional boundaries of history and the discovering amazing ancestral stories of ordinary people. Seems like I read that before. The stories inspire new generations and destroy old stereotypes. And whereas Black history is not just about the struggles Black families have been through, it is a celebration of the accomplishments, integrity, leadership, determination, and true character. We honor the history and celebrate the progress that we have made. We are resilient and resolute in creating new opportunities for future generations. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, on behalf of the Santa Barbara City Council, and by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim February 2022 as Black History Month in Santa Barbara and encourage community members to engage in activities and discussions to further their understanding of and appreciation for Black history. And I believe we have somebody to speak to that issue, Madam Clerk or Madam Administrator?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we do have Jordan Killebrew, who is here to accept the proclamation. Mr. Killebrew, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan Killebrew, co-founder of Juneteenth Santa Barbara and a community organizer. Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff, shout out to Holly and others, for this is an honor to receive this recognition and share on activities happening not only this month, but year round, as Black history is every day and very much American history. The 2022 theme of Black joy and legacy through family health and safety connects us all to uplifting the joy, accomplishments, challenges, stories, and successes of local Black African American individuals. Our county and city in particular have many Black healers and mental health practitioners that have worked tirelessly to uplift everyone. I think of Dr. Horace McMillan, who was one of the first doctors that helped create Goleta Valley Medical Center. I think of Dr. Charlotte Gallup Moore, who provides education on health, healthy living, and so much more. I think of the healing space at UCSB. So many others come to mind who have had such a significant impact on our region. This is why we do this work, not only for recognition during February, but the hope that these impactful stories, these individuals, are woven into everyday lives. For a glimpse, I encourage the community to go to Melanin Gallery at 833 State Street to see the latest exhibition entitled Santa Barbara's Black History, For the Love of Our People. This is open Wednesday through Sunday from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. We are also thankful to Black-led organizations who have been working to plan events for February, and as I mentioned, all year round. We provide these events opportunities to engage in dialogue and again uplift our ancestors to remind us that it takes us all to achieve true equity and tell the true stories of our land. Thank you again so much for this recognition, and to learn more about this month's events and future events year-round, please go to juneteenthsb.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Killebrew. Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor Rouse.
Okay, very good. We'll go to public comment. This is a chance for the public to speak on issues that are, not on the agenda today and are within the purview of this body. Do we have any public commenters, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we do have one speaker, Lucy O'Brien. Lucy O'Brien, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucy O'Brien, and I'm a member of the Yananoli Community Gardens. I live in the neighborhood and have gardened there for the past 10 years. Working the garden is an important part of my retirement. I walk the 2.5 blocks and find healthy exercise, good fresh organic food, and an opportunity to meet and share time with friends on the east side. I believe that these are the goals of Park and Rec programs. The Yananoli gardeners are paid members of the program who use and care for the land on a regular basis. With that introduction, I am here to address the pending movement of the fence line. The proposed move will immediately eliminate 20 active garden plots as part of phase 1 of the park's remodel. I attended most of the information gathering meetings regarding the renovating the park. I gave my input and appreciate that some of it was incorporated. I do admit, though, that I'm shocked with the garden redesign proposal when it was presented, and I did not hear input for gardeners that matched the proposed plans. This reduction in size is unwarranted. Gardeners of those 20 plots have been given until March 31 to clear out. This is downsizing and a clear reduction in the scope of the garden program. I, like several gardeners, purchased one of the city's affordable housing condo units and have no option for gardening at home. We rely on the Yananoli Gardens for organic food production. Now, phase 2 of the garden remodel, if funded, is designed for further reduction. All plots are to be 5 feet by 10 feet, and this is a reduction to 1/4 of the current size. This is a very small plot for experienced gardeners who rely on fresh produce. This size allows for perhaps only flowers or a couple tomato plants, a few lettuces, and a few one-off experimental plants put in for fun, but not the wonderful bounty of summer beans, peas, and squashes that our families rely on. For me, the prolific zucchini plant that bore edibles for the past 5 months would be about all the fit in the space. So I am asking for a meeting with gardeners and with members of council, particularly Alejandro Gutierrez and Eric Friedman, along with park staff, to review the proposal and create a design that includes maintaining the current fence line and size of the garden and the individual plots. We believe this can be done. Halt the order to move the fence and reduce the gardens by March 31. What our community needs is an allocation of more community garden space, not less. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further public commenters?
Yes, we have 4 more speakers. Next is Anna Marie Gott. Afterwards is Kimberly Osborne, Patrick Casey, and Aaron Ashland. Anna Marie Gott, you may begin.
Good afternoon, City Council. I am also calling on you to meet with the gardeners, halt the project, and make sure that this new site plan is actually redesigned to ensure that the garden is preserved, that no lots for the gardeners are reduced in size. I think I sent you more than enough information that provides you with what is needed to make a decision regarding the lack of notice that any of these gardeners actually received when they participated in the workshops and the other meetings. At no time were they told that they were actually going to lose a square foot of garden space, let alone have their garden plots reduced from 200 square feet to 50 square feet. At a time when we are seeing increased food insecurity, I find it reprehensible that this was not more fully discussed and that we are actually reducing the size of the garden when we actually need more land set aside for these community gardens. I think that everyone understands that in District 1, we have a history of low participation from our community members. Some of it is because of a language barrier. Others might be because of a cultural norms. We need to make sure that this group, as well as all of the gardeners, are actively participating in any redesign of the garden. And the information that I provided to you very specifically from the Parks and Rec Department from the January 2021 description for this particular project, the Parks and Rec Department sent the report to the Parks and Rec Commission. This very last page, the last sentence says, the renovation will also upgrade the community garden with accessible walking paths, improved storage, upgraded entries, and new fencing. It doesn't say the garden will be reduced in size. It doesn't say anything about the reduced size in the garden lots. So I just beg, all of you to get involved with the gardeners and make sure that the site is redesigned and we preserve not just the community garden size, but also the garden plot size. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kimberly Osborne. Okay, Kimberly, you may begin. Kimberly, you will see a screen to unmute yourself, and then you may begin your comment.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Osborne, school psychologist and mother of 3. I am excited about the East Side Park renovations. Sorry, I have some feedback. Let me see if I can fix that. I am also speaking in support of maintaining or increasing the space devoted to the Yananali Community Gardens. I have 3 kids who love to garden with me, and us, like many others in the workforce here, live in a condo with no outdoor space. And we waited months and months to get a garden plot, and we are thrilled to have one. It seems like the current wait is about a year long. So demand is just high here because we only have 2 community gardens left. And so many of us just don't have gardens as an option at home and probably never will. So reducing the space devoted to the gardens just really doesn't make sense. The park is already quite large. Santa Barbara already has plenty of outdoor recreation opportunities. We have parks, playgrounds, we have miles and miles of beach. I love the idea of renovating the park, but it doesn't need to be bigger. The garden certainly could be bigger. Garden space is sorely lacking and is clearly wanted by the community. Reducing plot size is certainly not a great way to address the demand. A 5x10 plot won't produce enough to make the 3 to 5 weekly gardening trips worth it. And reducing the overall size of the garden is just far out of line with the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Patrick Casey. Patrick Casey, you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon, council members and Honorable Mayor Rouse. I am just making an additional plea once again for your review and revision of the current outdoor dining facilities guidelines. As we have continued to express since May of 2020, we as non-promenade businesses generally support the promenade as a welcome addition to our downtown. However, since its inception, the guidelines have continued to evolve and modify with continuing benefit to only those on the promenade with outdoor dining facilities. As you may all be well aware, as we wind our way out of the pandemic and into recovery, all job sectors are currently faced with a major labor crisis, especially the restaurant and hospitality industry. This crisis is only being exaggerated locally by the omission of a more size-specific guideline for all on-promenade outdoor dining facilities. We added 2,000 plus more seats with less employees in town and less tourists visiting. Please, as you begin to implement the fire lane back into compliance, reconsider the size guidelines of limiting the outdoor dining facilities to be no wider than a permitted storefront as originally presented. Without these modifications, this overgrowth of outdoor dining facilities will only continue to prohibit a fair and equal recovery for all other non-promenade businesses at a time when we all need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, you may begin.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Rouse and City Council.
Aaron, it looks like you cut off.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and City Council. I have a couple more concerns I'd like to make you aware of. Before COVID, the city was paying consultants to tell us to close State Street and to be more business friendly. COVID hit, downtown was already 40% vacant. It wasn't looking good. Luckily for the city, its residents and businesses, City Council showed great leadership and closed State Street. While it has been extremely difficult, the bright spot was how many locals were coming downtown again. City Council extended the ordinance twice, but there was no mention of the 20-foot fire lane, portability, roofs, etc. Wasn't one of those extensions the time to check with the fire department, police department, public works, and make sure that everyone was covered and possibly let businesses know about potential changes? So now we're near the expiration of the current ERETO. Mr. Hensky would have you believe that on March 9th, the promenade will likely catch fire and the city will be sued into bankruptcy, forcing us all to move to Los Angeles. So how come Santa Monica, Palo Alto, and Los Gatos only have 10 feet of emergency access on their promenades? Did they purchase skinnier fire trucks? Was Palo Alto annexed to Canada? Now, I'm not that smart, but I think exploring all the possible pitfalls or problems regarding something being proposed is called due diligence. I say this because Mr. Hensky came down to the Cruisery the week before Bob Stout's meeting, and I asked him if the city had talked to any stakeholders. He told me that he considered how it affected businesses. And I was confused, so I wanted to make sure I heard him correctly, so I asked him again in a slightly different way. So did you or your staff actually meet with any stakeholders on the 500 block, for example? And he said back to me very confidently, my staff and I considered all of the businesses down here. So I was really confused at this point, and I asked Mr. Hensky if he owned a restaurant, but he changed the subject. So here are some additional questions I've come up with that residents and business owners would like answered, or might like answered, but no one has asked us. And I'm not sure Mr. Hensky can speak for my business or anyone else in the city, actually. Number one, is this proposal going to hurt any businesses to the point that they would be forced to close? Going down to 3 tables when no one wants to sit inside might be catastrophic to a smaller restaurant. 2, are there any options like soft patios that could encroach or pay encroachments to encroach a couple of feet? 3, would longer waits and less options discourage locals from coming downtown like before COVID? 4, did residents allow Santa Monica's City Council to choose money over public safety? 5, have any other cities been asked what successes and failures they've had with their promenades? Please extend it as long as it takes to meet with stakeholders. It might only take a week or 2, but at the end of the day, you might end up with the same decision. And at least this process will be transparent and we'll know more about how people feel. Please don't let the one good thing or one of the good things that came from the pandemic be changed, the promenade that 85% of the city loves. And I think Mr. Casey before me has a really good point, but I think he's wrong. There's nothing fair about COVID and there never will be. So trying to make things equitable now seems kind of nonsensical. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, there are no further comments.
Okay, very good. And we'll close general public comment and move on to the consent calendar. Do we have items to read, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there are a couple of items to read. Item number 2, adoption of an ordinance approving the 2021-2022 management salary plans Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the 2021-2022 salary plan applicable to unrepresented managers and professional attorneys, except the city administrator and the city attorney, and the 2021-2022 salary plan applicable to certain unrepresented safety managers. Item number 3, introduction of an ordinance amending affordability control covenants for Victoria Hotel and Mental Wellness Center. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a second amendment to an affordability control covenant imposed on real property with People Self-Housing Corporation located at 22 East Victoria Street and a first amendment to replacement affordability control covenant imposed on real property with Building Hope LLC located at 617 Garden Street, and authorizing the Community Development Director to execute such agreements. Item number 4, adoption of a resolution continuing teleconferencing of city meetings during the ongoing COVID-19 state of emergency. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara extending its direction that meetings of the city of council and city boards and commissions continue to be held by teleconference as authorized by Government Code Section 54953E1A to promote social distancing and prioritize the public's health and well-being under Santa Barbara County Health Officer orders. Item number 5, amendment to position salary control resolution 21047 with salary adjustments for police managers. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution 21047, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2022, affecting the salary range for employees in the Police Management Association effective January 1, 2022. And that is all the items in the consent calendar.
Thank you. I have a request to pull item 7 by Councilmember Freeman. Would you read item 7, please?
Certainly. Item number 7, city's response to the Santa Barbara County Grand Jury's report, pensions in Santa Barbara County require vigilance.
Very good. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be brief on this. I have a few questions for our finance director, but before this, I'm really pulling this item for the public because I do want to thank our city administrator, Ms. Bjork, and Ms. DiMartini, our finance director, as well as the finance staff for really being proactive on this issue. I think it's reflected in the grand jury report on the work that we have been doing and trying to get ahead of this. And I just wanted to ask a few questions, and so I'll just get right to it. Since this is a consent item, I just have about 6 or 7 questions. But Mr. DiMartini, in the grand jury report, it states that there's a $386 million unfunded pension liability. But when this item came to us at the Finance Committee back in December, we were discussing about a $300 million. Can you just clarify what the newest number is?
Yes, Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council. I'm Keith DiMartini, your Finance Director. And the numbers that we used in the Finance Committee a few months ago was the year prior. And so every year we get new actuarial reports from CalPERS that tell us what the most current unfunded actuarial liabilities are for our pension systems. And the one quoted in the grand jury report is the most accurate one, the most up-to-date one.
So they do go up and down, but this is the current number that we're...
That's correct.
I also want to say, although it's in the report, but for the public, what are we doing as a city to plan to address this unfunded liability?
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, we have taken a number of steps over the years to make progress with our managing our pension expenses and our liabilities. And we had a very robust conversation with the Finance Committee just a couple months ago to lay out a pension management strategy. And what we've done to date is we have paid upfront our annual requirement to CalPERS for our unfunded actuarial liability. And by doing that, we save about $1 million a year, which is really a great thing. It's a great strategy that we've already implemented. But there are many other things that we can do. And the first and foremost thing that we got direction from the Finance Committee was to relook at our reserve policies. Right now, we do not have anything in our reserve policies that set aside funds to address ongoing future pension expenses and liabilities. So that's one thing that we got from this conversation with Finance Committee that staff is currently researching, and we are planning to bring that back to the Finance Committee at a future time to review staff's recommendations in that area. The next thing is setting up what's called a Section 115 trust. And what that allows the city to do is to put that money that's been accumulating in a reserve into a trust, which will allow us to generate additional interest earnings, which we can then use to pay down our unfunded liability at a greater rate in the future. It also gives us the added benefit of pension sort of contribution stabilization. That money is within our control. We invest it as a city, how we determine, and then we choose when to send that money over to CalPERS as well. And then the other major strategy that was talked about in the report as well was issuing what's called a pension obligation bond. Effectively, what that is refinancing that debt that we owe to CalPERS for the unfunded liability and paying it off all at once by issuing debt, and then we're on the hook as a city to pay that debt service payment over the life of that debt issuance. That will be a strategy that we can bring back to Finance Committee at a later time after we've established our reserve policy and the Section 115 trust.
Great, thank you for that. So we are taking measures and we've been proactive on it. Should the council decide to implement some of the options that you discussed or others, is there a cost to do that, and where would it come from?
Yes, Councilmember Freeman, there is a cost to that. And like a number of our other functions in the city, our internal service funds, for example, like the self-insurance fund or facilities and fleet, the way that we would fund our pension stabilization reserve is by setting aside money in all of the funds where staff are budgeted. So it would be the general fund, all of the enterprise funds, for example. We would have to set aside money during our annual budget process and set that aside to build up reserves to accumulate that we could then invest in a Section 115 trust or make additional payments to CalPERS. And we would incur those expenses as an additional sort of allocation expense within each of the operating departments.
And then, since it would come from the funds, my understanding from Finance Committee is that we have a structural deficit coming forward of about 3.7 million for next fiscal year. Can you just tell us what it is for next year and if it's ongoing?
Yes, Councilmember Freeman, that is correct. We do have a structural deficit that we are currently projecting in the general fund next fiscal year. It's around $3.7 million. We're also projecting a deficit in the 2 years following next year as well. So for the next 3 years into the foreseeable future, we are projecting a structural deficit, and that ranges anywhere between $3.7 million up to around $4.7 million annually. And that's really due to our ongoing expenditure growth is outpacing our ongoing revenue growth. And we will talk about that in great detail at an upcoming budget study session with the City Council that's scheduled for March 10th.
So that's on March 10th?
That's correct.
And then I just have, on that, one final question. So does that structural deficit include implementing any of these measures that we just discussed, or other policy initiatives such as I've brought out there many times, I'd like to reopen the library at $650,000 7 days a week. So does that structural deficit include pension, what we're trying to do with the pensions, libraries, or other things?
Yeah, Councilmember Freeman, at this time it does not. Our multi-year forecast right now only includes those assumptions that are around actions that the City Council or the Finance Committee has already taken, or it's a contractual obligation that the city already has. So for example, the Finance Committee gave direction to staff to implement the next 9 years to pump additional financial resources into our self-insurance fund, because that fund is woefully underfunded. We've built those assumptions into our multi-year forecast, for example. There hasn't been an action yet on pension stabilization, on implementing a pension reserve policy or putting money into a Section 115 trust. So we have not assumed that into the model. When and if that action is taken, we will go ahead and make that assumption and build it in. But those additional costs have not been incorporated yet.
Well, I just want to, again, thank you, Mr. DiMartini. Thank you, Mayor Rouse, for allowing a few minutes here. I think this is such an important item, and sometimes when they're on the consent like this, it gets lost. And I just really wanted the public to be aware we are taking steps on this issue. We are having a robust discussion at Finance Committee, and I look forward to March 10th, where we can really have that deep discussion on the budget going forward and the deficit, but also what we want to do to try to address our unfunded pension liability and other priorities for the council. So thank you for your time, Mr. DiMartini.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, is this to this item or another item on the consent calendar?
This item, Mr.
This
Mayor.
item, please.
Thank you, Mr. DiMartini. So since somebody already pulled this, there's a line in the report on the last page that jumps out at me, and I'm just going to assume this is your line. And it reads, "The city's general fund has a structural budget deficit where existing revenue sources and the annual growth in those revenues is not adequate to pay for current commitments." It also goes on to say that you expect that relationship to continue in the future, that the revenue sources we have will not keep up with the projected growth in the expenses. And that's really the structure of the tension, right? Is the system we are under cannot be addressed by the revenues either that we have or are projected to have in the future. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Councilmember, Councilmember
Forget my
Jordan, that
name
is
too all the
correct.
time, don't worry.
I did write that sentence. It is correct because it is completely in line with our multi-year forecast where we forecast all of our general fund revenues over the next couple of years to the best of our ability and the known expenditure growth, primarily through our salary increases. And the largest driver of those salary-related expenses is our pension costs. And it is true that the ongoing growth of those expenses are more than our ongoing revenue growth. So for example, the annual growth that we'll see in our property tax revenue is just enough to cover the annual increase of our unfunded actuarial liability payment to CalPERS. It's just enough. So that means we can't use any of our annual property tax growth to pay for anything else.
And that's the tension, right? We're operating under this structural system that we've had forever, but we're realizing that even when you make these, my characterization, these little tweaks of the type of trust thing that's going to potentially generate some additional revenue, there aren't enough of those things out there, those methods out there to generate the revenue gap that we need. Is that a fair statement?
I think that is a fair statement. There are additional options and there are additional ways of generating additional revenue. And those are things that we can look at and have a conversation with the Finance Committee about ways that we can do that. There are things that we can do as a city to ensure that we are maximizing our revenue that we should be getting from our current revenue sources. And staff is committed to doing that and is currently working on those initiatives. And there's things that we can be doing to review our expenditures as well. And so I think it's a comprehensive conversation that we need to have with the City Council about those priorities.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any other items to pull from consent? And Mr. Freeman, do we need to vote on 7 separately?
No, I was calling you Madam Mayor. No, Mr. Mayor.
Don't call me madam. Okay, very good. Anybody want to put a motion forward to approve the consent calendar?
So move.
Moved by Friedman. Second by Jordan. Would you call the rolls, please, Madam Clerk?
Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve the consent calendar. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, very good. We'll go on to our regular agenda items. Madam Clerk, would you read the next item, please?
Certainly. Item number 10, introduction of an ordinance amending municipal code to regulate sidewalk bending. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Title 9 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of Chapter 9.49 to regulate sidewalk bending in accordance with state law.
Thank you. Who will be doing the staff presentation? Oh, there you are.
Mr. Mayor, Jason Harris, City's Economic Development Manager, providing the staff presentation today. So good afternoon. I'm the city's Economic Development Manager, as I referenced. In addition, we have staff from the City Attorney's Office, Finance, Waterfront, and Parks Department in the virtual waiting room to answer questions at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. This item before you today is listed for action, adoption of the sidewalk vending ordinance. Next slide, please. The ordinance committee has reviewed this item twice. On August 3rd of last year, the ordinance committee heard and reviewed an initial draft of the proposed ordinance and directed staff to conduct additional outreach efforts as well as provided staff on the draft ordinance. Staff conducted that outreach in the fall of last year and returned on December 7th with an updated ordinance, taking in the considerations of input provided during that outreach effort. The ordinance committee on December 7th recommended this item move forward for council review and consideration. Next slide, please. Just to highlight the outreach efforts, staff produced a series of fact sheets, both in English and Spanish, as well as notices of the December 7th ordinance committee meeting to be conducted as a public input session. Those fact sheets were distributed both to businesses as well as vendors throughout the community. There was also a public information campaign on our social media and other communication networks of the proposed ordinance and ordinance committee meeting. Next slide, please. So over the next 5 slides, I'm just going to highlight really the purpose of this ordinance, the context of the state law that really drives this action before you today. So first off, Senate Bill 946 became law on January 1st of 2019. That effectively enabled sidewalk vending statewide with limited government regulations. Presently, the Santa Barbara Municipal Code prohibits all commercial use of city streets and sidewalks, subject to certain exceptions. So as such, we have a conflict where state law allows sidewalk vending and our current municipal code prohibits that activity. The proposed ordinance creates both a clear pathway for microenterprise business enterprises while also protecting public health and safety. Next slide, please. So the primary objectives of the law, both as I referenced, creating entrepreneurial and economic development opportunities for microenterprises and entrepreneurs. It also looks to establish violations and change what was a criminal citation to only civil administrative penalties, effectively decriminalizing this activity. It also allows for cities to regulate sidewalk vending, again, to protect public safety, health, and welfare for residents and visitors. Next slide, please. And then just lastly, this state law allows for local communities to set parameters of how they want to regulate sidewalk vending within the public right-of-way. And it also establishes specific regulations for special events, ADA access, enjoyment of parks, and the distinction between residential and commercial areas throughout the community. Next slides, please. So just to clarify, when we reference sidewalk vendor, we are describing a person who sells food or merchandise from a variety of means, be it push cart, stand, display, a cart, a showcase, a rack, from their person or and or upon the public sidewalk or other pedestrian path. Next slide, please. Who is not a sidewalk vendor are owners or employees, agents, or contractors of a business having an established storefront or other fixed business location. So the idea is that these are sidewalk vendors are independents, just working out in the public right-of-way versus businesses that are wanting to sell or display or vend in adjacency or from their business frontage. Interesting enough, our emergency economic recovery ordinance does allow that activity. We've established kind of parameters for that to occur. Next slide, please. So for the next series of slides, I'll give a highlight overview of the proposed ordinance. This one, it establishes distancing requirements. It regulates operations in parks and on beaches. The ordinance sets hours for operations and procedures for operating in residential and non-residential areas. It does define clean and sanitary requirements if vendors are selling food. And then it also establishes, again, administrative civil penalties consistent with state law. Next slide, please. So the permitting activity. we have established the lowest cost that I've identified in the state for a business license, a $25 fee, and the requirement that that business tax receipt is displayed on the person or on the cart so that there's an identification that that license has been issued. There's also a requirement that the finance department take a variety of documentation sources to facilitate that issuance, again, compliant with state law. And then lastly, there is a notice requirement in our law consistent to state law that if vendors are selling any prepared food, that they receive a county health permit to do that. Next slide, please. So from the following few slides, I'll start to define the various regulations. So overall, the first I would describe is we have two types of sidewalk vendors. We have roaming sidewalk vendors, and these are individuals that have a push cart or have materials, merchandise on their persons, and they're out walking throughout the community. In this requirement, they are permitted to do that activity, have that roaming sidewalk sales in residential areas between the hours of 8 a.m. until 1/2 hour after sunset. And the idea is that they're constantly moving. That is different than stationary vendors who set up a display or have a stationary cart. There, they are prohibited for doing that activity in residential zones. And again, trying to create the distinction of the commercial activity really needing to be moving along throughout residential areas. Next slide, please. The other local regulations, specifically highlighting, public safety sidewalk access, is other constraints and restrictions. So first off, there's a concern of public safety, both for the vendors as well as the general public, of restricting vending in all forms within public parking lots at parks, waterfronts, and beaches. Again, to try to eliminate that conflict where there's just parking activity, not wanting to have that commercial use in the mixed. Also, due to the wood structure and again, the high density of pedestrians, restriction on vending on Stearns Wharf and the sidewalk entry into the wharf there along Cabrillo. Then there's also a restriction of commercial zones between midnight and 6 a.m. Again, just trying to avoid the conflict of late night activities. And then another requirement of restricting activity within 500 feet of any school during their operating hours, 7:30 to 4. And then just lastly, a broad prohibition from sales, again, in this type of activity, alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, those related smoking devices, weapons, or pharmaceuticals. Next slide, please. Further local regulations, one a little more specific to stationary sidewalk vending, is that there's a restriction within a distancing requirement of city permitted special events. This would be either the art walk along Cabrillo Boulevard, farmers market, et cetera. Some distance requirements adjacent to public infrastructure, crosswalks and fire hydrants, driveways and bus benches. Similarly, a setback requirement for outdoor dining areas, as well as entrances to businesses, 100 feet and 10 feet respective. A restriction setback from other sidewalk vendors, so we don't have a clustering of the activity, really space the activity out throughout the areas. And then a restriction of a distance requirement from transparent windows. Again, this is a business window. I guess one could also include that to be residential for that purpose, as well as a business entry or exit onto a public street. And then just lastly, restriction in residential zones. Again, stationary sidewalk vending, I referenced that earlier, as well as on the north side of Cabrillo Boulevard. Next slide, please. Just lastly, the aforementioned reference to parks. Vending is available to be conducted in parks, but under these conditions. So first, that there's a setback from playgrounds, recreation fields, skate parks, and the such of 100 feet. That there's a prohibition on vending in a park or a beach area where there's an exclusive concessionaire agreement. And again, this is consistent to state law. And then lastly, that there's a restriction of vending activity really keeping that on pathways and/or sidewalks within parks and/or a designated area within a park established by the Parks Director. Next slide, please. A few additional operational requirements specific to vending carts. One, really a highlight of the requirement of having a clean, litter-free area, that there's a waste can disposal. I think really the intent here is that there's any consumable types of products, primarily food, in this regard. There's a size dimension of carts being established, again, fairly consistent to state law, as well as height restrictions on umbrellas. And again, this is kind of a view corridor from a public safety standpoint. There's also requirements on restricting, again, vending carts within commercial zones, again, late night hours. And then lastly, a recognition of after hours when the carts aren't being utilized, that they're not left out into the public domain. Next slide, please. Lastly, some provisions for the State Street Promenade, the downtown State Street area. Vending is allowed, both roaming and stationary, but we are looking to restrict both on the 500 block due to the density of outdoor business areas on that block, as well as on sidewalks. The exception there being is on the week of Old Spanish Days, sidewalk vending on the sidewalk will be allowed as long as an 8-foot pedestrian path of travel is maintained. Next slide, please. The enforcement, there is an enforcement provision, again, an administrative citation ranging from $100 to $500 that would be issued. But I would really emphasize that enforcement is really on the lower level. It's really about education to vendors of where this activity can be lawfully provided. Next slide, please. With that, this concludes the staff recommendation of adoption of the sidewalk vending ordinance. I would also like to inform the public listening that we have not only the city staff available to answer any questions in addition to myself, but Ms. Norma Cervantes available to translate any Spanish speaker public commentary that comes in. And she will come on to make that announcement in Spanish. Ms. Cervantes?
Buenas tardes a todos, soy Norma Cervantes, estaré interpretando cualquier comentario público para este artículo del español al inglés. Para propósitos de interpretación se solicita a todos que hagan comentarios en español y que hagan una pausa después de cada oración. Gracias.
All right, very good, thank you. I have a couple of questions from council members. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. For the outreach efforts, can I have specific examples of your outcomes of this when you went around or staff went around giving the fact sheets? Did you take a survey? What was the interaction between the vendors and staff?
The interaction was, again, the distribution of a summary of the proposed ordinance. Again, it was available both in English and Spanish, a double-sided one-page document, as well as a notice of the December 7th Ordinance Committee. Again, the staff from the Waterfront Department, be it Harbor Patrol, park staff, the intent was as they encountered vendors, they would distribute that, inform them of the upcoming Ordinance Committee meeting, that this ordinance was being proposed and the considerations that were being considered. The feedback was really just the acknowledgement, receipt of that. There was no kind of formal feedback in that distribution per se. Not all of the interactions were being translated or bilingual for Spanish speakers.
They weren't? They weren't translated?
The documents were translated.
Yes,
The
okay.
interactions of distributing, not all of the city staff that were distributing were bilingual.
So basically, the interaction between city staff turning in, handing out these fact sheets were just handing out the fact sheets to the street vendors and pointing out that they're bilingual, and we checked a box that we distributed this fact sheet?
Correct.
Okay. On slide 6, you have reducing violations of sidewalk vending from criminal citations to civil penalties. And then on the last slide, slide 18, that last sentence, criminal penalist for violation of sidewalks vending regulations are prohibited by state law. Can you explain, maybe this is a question for Mr. Colon. So is it eventually going to be a criminal violation? I'm just a little confused.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I'll take this one. Mr. Doimus is here, though. No, the violations will not be criminal. That was the point of the state law.
Okay, I just wanted some clarity on that one. Let's see. Bear with me, I have a couple questions. So for the permitting process, who will be helping the street vendors?
The finance department.
And is that staff bilingual?
I believe there is bilingual staff available to
My
assist.
only concern with this is that if we have street vendors, mainly it's because there's the language barrier, and with that comes not understanding how to navigate the system, the feeling of being overwhelmed, the feeling of interacting with government. I understand that there's state laws and there's laws that we need to follow. I'm just a little concerned of that outreach, and I'm gonna stop with my comments, but how accessible and feasible is the permitting process going to be for these street vendors? How, can you explain how the process is going to be? Is it going to be a long process? Is just an easy one-page application? Can you walk me through it?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, my understanding, it's a one-page permit.
Okay. How long does it take to get the permit?
It's over the counter.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I want to be clear, it's not a permit, it's a business license. The state law forbids us from doing any kind of permitting. So you walk in, give either your California ID or tax ID number. If you don't have a California ID, pay $25 and you have a permit. You have to post that permit on the cart. And if you're selling food, you also have to post your county health permit. But we're not going to be restricting issuance of a permit if they don't have the county health. That's their obligation.
Okay. For slide number 12, the last bullet point, stationary sidewalk vendors are prohibited in all residential zone. The stationary sidewalk vendors, are those like the people that are selling flowers and oranges on the side? Are those stationary, considered stationary?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, my understanding is if they are not roaming, that they would be considered stationary. So in your description, I would understand that as a stationary vendor.
Let's see. For slide 14, would the taco trucks be a good example of the vendors that would be affected by these local regulations?
Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Alejandro, I'll refer to the City Attorney's Office. A taco truck generalization I would describe as vehicle vending,
Okay.
which would not be a classification such as this. This is a person selling a product, be it on themselves or with a small stand or cart. A vehicle vending has its own set of codes that would be applicable.
And as well, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, we'll be bringing a vending truck from vehicles ordinance to the ordinance committee shortly. So that will deal with the issue of vending from the street. This is
strictly from the sidewalk. And just to clarify too, as Mr. Collins said, that state law only allows us to issue administrative civil penalties. We also must take in by state law the consideration of the ability to pay for the vendor, the individual. The only criminal part could be if there's a vending without a health permit. That's a violation of the health and safety code. That'd be the only exception to it.
Thank you. Last question. Slide 13. Due to public safety, sidewalks vending is restricted. Can you give me examples of public safety?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra, a wide range of public safety, be it principally, specifically in the case of Stearns Wharf, for example, or even on Cabrillo Boulevard, where there might be a large number of pedestrians walking on the sidewalk. There might be a stationary vendor in the sidewalk, and then I've personally seen people walk into the roadway, be it Cabrillo Boulevard or on the wharf itself, to just continue to go down the wharf. And so that's one instance of a public safety issue, of just kind of lack of pedestrian path of travel areas.
Let's just say the ordinance pass. Would the city still consider inputting efforts, at least for the first 6 months, to help with these permanent process and getting the information out to the community of the new regulations we have in place?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, not only will we need to have a comprehensive education campaign, we'll also have to have kind of, I wouldn't say workshops per se, because it is a fairly straightforward, but I see the city's role as being a facilitator to help inform these micro business entrepreneurs of the requirements. And so in the case of if they have food products, directing them and coordinating with the county so that they have a similar intake at the county. Currently, I was actually on the county's website. I've reached out to them, alerting them of this proposed ordinance. So there would be a coordination issue with the county to ensure that there's understanding at the county and that they're prepared with bilingual assistance to facilitate county health permits for those vendors, and then likewise for the city if there's assistance. You know, the great fortunate thing we have in our region are a number of business assistance organizations that have bilingual staff that I'll be ramping up to work with and work with our finance department to ensure that all of these micro enterprise entrepreneurs have an opportunity to seamlessly get their licenses.
Could you name a couple of organizations from the top of your head that you can think that the city can reach out that have bilingual staff that can give out this information?
Certainly. We have Women's Economic Ventures that's officed here in downtown. Economic Development Collaborative. They have office hours at downtown organization across the street. And SCORE, which is kind of retired business executives, they have bilingual staff on board as well. And so I meet with them bi-weekly, and we'll be elevating this for coordination.
Thank you very much. That's it.
All right, very good. Ms. Harmon, I think you're next. Oh, Mr. Colon, did you have something you wanted to interject?
If I might, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, members of the council, I want to reinforce what Mr. Harris just said. This, as the staff report outlines, this law is not meant to trick or trap vulnerable communities. It's meant to welcome them into California's business community. So when you think of things like business licenses, those are the things that legitimize a business and allow it to borrow money and expand. So that's the spirit with which this law was written. Mr. Harris's description of how it would be enforced matches precisely what the state legislature would have us in our office do too.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions sort of building on the questions asked by Councilmember Gutierrez. First, on the administrative penalty, the fines, I understand that this is non-criminal, but I'm actually just don't know, if a monetary fine goes unpaid, does it at some point convert to criminal? Or if you get some certain number of fines, does it become criminal? I'm thinking like in the case of too many unpaid traffic tickets, you will have a warrant out. Would that happen in this case? And I guess more fundamentally, what happens if someone is fined and that fine is not paid?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Harmon. The state law in terms of converting unpaid parking tickets into criminal was done away several years ago. So this would follow the same thing. It would never turn into anything criminal, even with unpaid fines. These are also administrative fines, so it wouldn't be lodged into the court system either. So there would not be a court record on this. If you have a business, though, that I guess the most severe penalty could be if they're not cooperative and over a long period of time and really causing safety issues, right, that this ordinance really is intended to protect, because the ordinance can only look at time, place, manner restrictions based on objective health and safety standards, nothing else, not perceived economic competition to protect that. So if you have someone there, we could have a process to revoke a business license, but that would be someone that's truly a scofflaw, not concerned about public safety and operating in a dangerous way. And I can imagine that being a very rare instance, if at all. So it would never turn criminal, even with the fines. They're not lodged with court. And state law did away with even doing that, making that criminal eventually with unpaid fines.
Great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I didn't realize that. And then similarly on enforcement, I'm hoping that you can clarify how enforcement will be done. Will it be on an ad hoc basis? Will a staff member be dedicated to it? And then similarly, what is the penalty for someone who doesn't register? So say a staff member who is tasked with an enforcement sees a hand cart that does not have a business license. What's the consequence in that case?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, it would be first we would do education outreach, especially in the beginning. It would be staff. It'd be akin to our administrative citations we have, but a much lower rate for property owners that Building and Safety does. So that would be it, but we would work with them in educating on the process we have in place to obtain a $25 business license, which is much cheaper than the original $100 fine. So I think the business owner would want that too, to avoid that. So we would always work initially, especially first contact, second contact, trying to do that. And we are going to work on the process. We're going to do training with staff, and we would probably also need to train administrative hearing officers internally on how to go about and look at things from a very fair and equitable way.
So there is going to be staff dedicated to enforcement. It won't be on a complaint basis. Is that what I'm understanding?
We would develop staff that would do that, but also, most of it, like everything else with enforcement, is complaint basis driven. So I think that's how most of our enforcement is for all our areas, and this included. And with that, we would work with the vendor in terms of the process, educating him, because we understand the intent of the law, right? As Mr. Collins says, is to open up economic opportunity, not to stifle it. And that's what this law is, the intent of the law is.
Great, and to that end, and this is also something that Councilmember Gutierrez pointed out, I'm wondering do we have the capacity to say if this ordinance passes today that we won't levy any fines for the first year? I mean, I certainly agree and appreciate the education first approach. And it seems like it might be a demonstration of good faith to, along with this ordinance, were it to pass, to say no fines will be levied for a year, especially given COVID and the difficulty in engaging with and reaching various operators. Do we have the capacity to make a statement like that along with passing this kind of an ordinance, Mr. City Attorney?
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, the council can, because they are administrative penalties, the council can give an administrative direction to your city administrator to enforce as you wish.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then just two more series of questions. Thank you for bearing with me. first, on the location restrictions, I certainly understand the impetus for keeping busy sidewalks clear and keeping folks safe. But by the same token, I'm concerned that what we may end up doing is actually making it difficult for individuals who operate these kinds of hand trucks to make a profit such that they can continue doing it if we're prohibiting them from some of the more popular areas. And it seems that there wasn't much coordination with the operators themselves about where sort of their key areas are and necessarily must be for maintaining an ability to make a living. So with that in mind, I don't know enough about this to say where does and doesn't make sense, but has it been considered to have an appeals process about some of these restrictions, so that if it becomes clear down the line, this was the slide that I was thinking about, that if it becomes clear down the line that they're overly restrictive, there could be a pathway for operators to come appeal some of the location restrictions. Has that been considered, and or have we seen that in any other jurisdiction that has regulated sidewalk vendors in this way?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I haven't seen an appeals process in terms of the regulations of the rules. Obviously, an appeals process for and our ordinance included for the administrative fines. Again, we looked at it from a safety standpoint in terms of congestion, and I understand there's a flip side to that congestion where there's a lot of people and traffic, and so economic opportunities. The only thing I could offer is if we hear more and more from vendors and there's a concern about making some changes, council can always consider that. The important thing is you see some of the regulations up there. They really are for public safety in terms of an entranceway of a business. The state law directly allows for permitted events or like farmers market and all that to have a buffered zone distance to protect those events that are permitted because they're only occasional. So we really did try to follow state law in terms of the exact restrictions in there.
Honorable Mayor. I'm sorry. I would like to add to that, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. You could always ask us to return in the future with a review of the implementation of the ordinance.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's really helpful. And then my final question is related to the documentation requirement. And I note in your presentation, it said that the ID or tax number was a requirement of SB 946. I'm wondering if that means that we are limited to only accepting those two forms of ID, or if we might be able to broaden what's acceptable to our finance department to include, for example, a library card or a student ID or a lease or an electric bill. And part of my concern, right, is the most vulnerable operators may not have those forms of ID. Presumably most do, but the ones who don't are certainly the most vulnerable. And by requiring that for a business license, what we're actually doing is pushing those individuals that we need most to protect and bring into the system further and further to the margins. So do we have any capacity to expand what we accept as acceptable ID for the granting of a license?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, all that state law provides is that we can accept something in lieu of a social security number. So the law doesn't prohibit what else we could choose to accept as an ID. Just the one caveat being that, as Mr. Colon said, this is a basis to legitimize businesses that a lot of cities had laws where it prohibited it completely or banned it. And what we want to do is not do that, right? This is a way to legalize it and allow it in the city and prevent that. So we could accept a different form of IDs if council wants to consider that. But it needs to be at least something where it's official and can be confirmed. So that's all. That's my only caveat to that.
Can you expand? Thank you. And I appreciate that. And I certainly appreciate the purpose of this ordinance. Again, just my concern with regard to the specific documentation required in regularizing and regulating this industry. I don't want to further marginalize operators, and that's a risk there to me on this issue. So can you describe a little bit what's official? I'm just trying to get a sense of what I will be able to suggest when the comment section rolls around. So would you say that a student ID, for example, would be sufficient, or a lease with someone's name on it? Or, would those constitute official for the purposes of our legal department? Or do you think it would be sufficient to revise this ordinance to say something to the effect of the finance department will accept, leave it up to the finance department itself rather than being very specific about what forms of ID are acceptable, implying therefore that every other form is not acceptable?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Council Member, we can work with that and work with the finance department to accept different things, right? So it could be, as you say, a combination of things. And I don't want to use the word official, but just something that verifies. So it could be a student ID with a letter and a mailing address and all that. And
Two from one column, one
sure.
from the other.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
exactly type thing. I think that would work well.
Honorable
Mr.
Mayor,
Colon?
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harmon and Mr. Doimus, the law allows something they describe as a municipal identification number. That implies the ability to create our own registration system. I do think that we should add some language to the ordinance. Perhaps Mr. Doimus can work on that while the council's deliberating, to authorize the finance department to accept alternative identification.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that, and it's one of my major concerns. So thank you, and I appreciate you indulging me. And that's it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about, is it possible for one person to pull the permit and then all the other vendors are just employees of that one permit holder, or does each person selling a product have to have their own individual permit? You get what I'm saying?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. So it'd be each individual person or each individual vendor. So if I get your question correctly, I'm a vendor that wants to sell hats, right? And then my friend wants to sell food, right? Each individual person would have to get they couldn't share. It would have to be their own individual business license certificate.
So if I have the money to buy and build portable stovetops for people to cook hot dogs and sell them on corners, and I then have to get each person making those hot dogs to pull a permit?
No. It would just be you selling, Councilmember Gutierrez. It would just be you selling it. So that's all you need. One certificate for you to sell on the street, on the sidewalk.
But because I see these hot dog vendors in particular, but I doubt each one of them is the one that built and paid for those grill tops, So there's got to be one or a few people who are, overseeing that. So each individual vendor has to pull a permit, or can it just be one and then the rest of them are like their employees, so to speak?
Councilmember Gutierrez, as we define what a sidewalk vendor is, it would be each individual person. So you may have a situation where someone is supplying carts and sending out to the vendors to sell, but that each individual vendor would need to get a business tax certificate for $25, which is the price.
And have we done any research as to whether or not that is the case? Like, are they individually building these, or are they local? Are they coming in from other cities or counties to do this?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, not that I know of. We haven't done research in terms of the origins. That's something we didn't want to look at. We want to look at, allowing the citywide from wherever they come, but we want to make it legal, but just have health and safety regulations to do so. And anyone coming, whether they live in the city limits or not, would need to get a business license, tax certificate.
Okay. And right now, we're just asking them for a business license, they're not permits, right? Is that correct?
Correct. And every business operates that way, correct.
Okay. And so as of now, are there any established businesses that we're currently forcing to have either some kind of permit or threatening with some type of fine for using the public right-of-way to conduct their business?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, anyone operating a business, whether it be from their home or from the street or a storefront, needs to get a business license certificate. Even an attorney, a solo practitioner operating from their home, if they're operating in the city, needs to get one. Enforcement is very rare. And like I said, we're looking at it from an educational standpoint. More or less, our fines are looking at it from a operational, right? So we're not going to come down hard on people for a $25 tax certificate, right? And if you look at other municipalities, most of them have a permit system, a very complicated permit system. And we purposely, from the ordinance committee, the direction we heard from the committee, wanting to make this as easy as a process as possible, while identifying vendors too who are operating the city and legitimizing them, helping legitimize them, are just asking for this. And we're not going to come and look to issue a $100 fine. Our goal is strictly, okay, is there a safety issue in terms of where they're operating and they're blocking ADA access, et cetera. And that's what we did in the review of our locations restrictions. We met with Public Works, Parks, Community Development, all the departments to get input and what safety standards, and strictly that, just what safety standards we need, including considering ADA access, everything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you. Great questions. I just had a follow-up question. It made me think from Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's question. Is there any distinction between those residents who we verify through whatever form of ID that live here versus those who might say are from, say, Ventura County or even Los Angeles County and come up on busier weekends or just come up for the weekends? Is there a way to prioritize local residents? 'Cause, concern I would have is at $25, I assume that's for the year, correct?
Correct.
Is that there's residents that live here, but there's ones that would come from other areas, and they would come up and take away from the market of our own local residents, because $25 would simply be the cost of doing business on busier weekends, and it would actually saturate the market for our own residents that we're trying to get into the system. So is there a way to prioritize local residents, or maybe create a two-tier, if we can, a two-tier for if you don't live in the city, it would cost you more to get the business license?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, our ordinance doesn't contain a local preference for all these entrepreneurs. I'm worried about the constitutional issues presented by giving a local preference to those. So purposely, we don't have one because of some constitutional concerns that may be invoked by that.
Okay, thank you. And it's just a question that just occurred to me because of the questions. I have one other question. So it's on page 8 of the ordinance, and it's section 9.49.080 under operational requirements, section J. And I'll just read it for the public. It says, a stationary sidewalk vendor that vends food shall operate within 200 feet travel distance of an approved and readily available toilet and hand washing facility as required by California Health and Safety Code section 114315. Can you clarify whether that is a municipal facility or private facilities such as department stores, restaurants, or others? Because that's a huge difference of where they would be able to operate if it was just municipal, say, restrooms.
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, correct. If you had that, it would make a huge difference of limiting where they could operate. It can be public or private, as long as people would have access to wash their hands, including the vendors, or so it would make no difference.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Alejandro Gutierrez. Microphone, please.
What would be how would we hold staff accountable during this permitting process? Since it's going to be a new permitting process, it's going to be a lot of educating, but we already have community members concerned about our permitting process, other permitting process in the city, and how difficult it is, and they, let's just be honest, they do complain about staff. I just want to make sure, because this ordinance is specifically for community members that obviously don't feel comfortable or safe around government office, and I understand a great opportunity we have. I do understand that other cities have stricter laws. And all of my questions are concerned from the public. So if I sound, that a lot of the questions are being answered in the slide, I just want to make sure that those that are listening have a clear understanding that they're not being specifically attacked, that the city, they don't want them here. It's part of safety and regulation. But I really like Ms. Harmon's comment about giving a year and educating the public, but if in that process somebody really takes, okay, I'm going to trust the city, I'm going to do everything the city wants me to do, and if there's a difficulty there in the process, what do we have in place that can advocate for that specific member that's going to go through this new permitting process?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I think we've heard some great suggestions from council in terms of the ID accepting different forms and the request that we really spend the first year educating from the director, from the city council and the city administrator. And we will work with staff in terms of doing that. We don't want to call it a permitting process because that does connotate a much more complicated. This is strictly a business license that's one page long that, for example, Uber drivers have to do if they reside here in the city. And so we akin it to that. We would want to make it as simple as possible, as friendly as possible, and educate and even continue to educate. So we're not looking, and we would work with staff and we work at hearing officers. We're not looking to sit there and penalize people for not getting a tax certificate, and we will continue to work with that. We're looking to regulate health and safety situations that occur from vending, and this has been decriminalized. The SB 946 is very clear on its intent. So I think we've heard from staff, continue to work on educating, especially the first year, work with people on the process of how to obtain a license, and continue to make it as easy as possible. Make it easy in terms of identification. It's bilingual. It's very short, and they're able to have that on their card. So we'll continue to do that.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I appreciate Mr. Duemas' comments, but I'd like to hear them from the council before we act on them. There have been a number of ideas floating around. I also want to point out that the people with the boots on the ground out there dealing with this are not in my office. So I am not in a position to make representations about how that level of enforcement will take place.
Who will be doing the enforcement?
Honorable Mayor, so Alejandro Gutierrez, it'll be different staff based on, for example, if it's sidewalk issues, a lot of times Public Works would be the main one. If it's a park issue, parks. So it would be each department in their respective area. It's not police, right? So in the past, our office has gotten many calls from the police department to deal with this, and this is not criminalized. So you're not going to be having police officers. You're going to be having staff that we're going to be working with on terms of enforcement, education, and fines. And so mostly, the administrative fine process too is cumbersome and troublesome to sit there and go through that. And so staff themselves, we want to work with people and saying, hey, here are the rules, here are the regulations, here's why, and work with what they can and cannot do. And we want to allow this to flourish in the city, and that's the goal of this ordinance, not to be prohibited, because our current ordinance does have a lot of prohibitions and does require peddlers right now, vendors, to get a license, so that hasn't changed. So we're looking to open this up more and just be clear on the rules and regulations.
Okay, good. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a follow-up to there. If we did decide to do a waiver on fines, could it just be for the first offense and not for, I don't want to be completely run over if someone is sort of ignoring the process. And, talk to them one time, educate, talk again, educate, when it becomes a point where it's not really a matter of education, but more of just sort of ignoring the ordinance. If we went the route of not having fines for the first year, could there be an allowance just for the first time that happens?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, we could have, the council can give us various direction on this. As Mr. Collins said, we could do it not the first year. You can direct us to put in the ordinance that before an issue of a first fine, there has to be one warning or two warnings. So we can even include language like that in the ordinance. So council has options, whatever they want to direct us
Thank you.
to do on that.
And then just another question too about the amount of the fine. I think Mr. Harris made a point of saying it's the lowest. Was it the lowest fine, the $25, or was it the lowest licensing fee? It was the lowest licensing fee. Okay, so it's a very accessible amount to begin with. And I just want to be really clear for myself. The only violation of this would be if you are selling from a push cart, but you have not registered a business license. Is that?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, no, it would be, for example, if you're operating 2 feet within the entrance of a business, right? And we're working, person's not going to, enforcement's not going to sit there, obviously, and say, issue a fine, work with the person, but the vendor, but if they're ignoring that. So we're looking more for the operational ones, right? Not having a trash receptacle and there's litter everywhere from that vendor's evidence there, or blocking an entrance to a store, or blocking ADA access. And of course, that would come always with a warning, hey, here are the regulations, this is why we have this, you can't block this is an ADA access, or this is the frontage of a business and people are trying to come in and out. So that's what we're more looking at. It's not really the focus on not having a tax certificate. It's really the focus on is there obstruction issues that present health and safety issues
I see.
in terms of their operating.
Thank you for clarifying. So there could be multiple education opportunities if you're blocking one entrance and not realizing it and moving somewhere else and not realizing it, but hopefully through that year of education could establish where would be acceptable. places, something like that.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, yeah, that's the more important issue than the tax certificate. It's more of the regulations for safety for the public in terms of that. That's where our priority and focus is on with this ordinance.
Thank you. And then just one budget question. Is this a program that pays for itself through those licensing fees, or is it more expensive to administer this than the anticipated fees we'd be collecting?
Honorable Mayor.
Excuse me, I'll take that, Mr. Doimus. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, I want to be clear, this is not a fee, it's a tax. So our business license is a tax. It's imposed for revenue, not for regulation. So that $25 is a general fund tax. It will not be applied directly to the staff who are out there enforcing. That linkage is not direct.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Those are my questions.
Okay, very good. I have just one question, staff. So a regular brick and mortar business would have to publicly post health permit, sales tax permit, Prop 65 warnings, and the business license. Does that apply to the cart situation as well?
Mayor, the only requirement for the carts is to post the tax certificate and if there's vending food, a county health permit, Santa Barbara County health permit.
So not sales tax, not Prop 65?
No. No, Honorable Mayor, no. Just those two items.
Okay, very good. All right, we have, before we go to comments, we have a couple of public speakers. Madam Clerk?
That's correct. We have two public speakers. The first one is Jose Gallegos. Second is Tanda Jacobs. Jose Gallegos, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. First of all, well, these vendors, I believe they should have permits just like any other business. I believe in that. Second, if they're undocumented, then they should get work visas. I mean, that should be a requirement. Work visas. I'm not saying to have them deported, but work on it so they can get working visas and then they can get immigrated. Second, what really has been bothering me, for many years is many of these Latinos come from Mexico, Central America. They live here 10, 15, 30 years, and they don't learn the English language. My mother came here in 1952 at the age of 19. By the time I was 3 years old, she was already reading the comic strips, the news press, and the LA Times, and practically self-taught how to speak, read, and write English, and she never even finished third grade in Mexico. If my mom was able to master the English language, why is it that many of these Latinos who are living here don't learn the English language? Throughout the years, I've met Europeans, those from the Middle East, and they speak English. They do. But the most important thing is they have to have the permits, the license, it's a business, just like anybody else who has a business. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, next comment is Tonda Jacobs. Tonda Jacobs, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Yes, hello. Yeah, I am a artist at the Santa Barbara Arts and Crafts Show, and the vendors set up directly in front of me, less than 5 feet away, and directly to the right. And they do block access to one of the artists next to me. When the lines start forming, they'll completely block his area to even sell his photographs, and that doesn't seem right. If there were a store on State Street blocking, that would just, they wouldn't be able to do that. So I don't see why they're allowed to set up directly in front and directly to the right. Also, cars park right in the red and also directly on State Street to buy the products, the food that they're buying, that they're selling. So that is a hazard to have people parking right in the middle of the street. Also, most of the people I've spoken to in the arts and crafts have agreed that they should follow these rules and make it safe for people to pass, because with all the lines of traffic, it isn't really safe. It's blocked. And then, people, they clean up their mess. They seem to be pretty neat, but people are dropping food, and so there's stuff around and we have to clean it up. And then one of the last times, one of the board members said that it was too difficult for them to follow these rules, to fill out the forms. And that seemed like a prejudicial thing to say, that one group of people isn't able to follow the rules when the rest of us do have to follow the rules. We have to pay a lot more to have our spaces in the art section that we pay, which is our business, than they do. And so it doesn't seem fair that they don't have to follow the same rules, or not the same rules, but the rules that you're setting forth in this document. So I believe that this should be passed and quickly, and that they should also have the health and safety guidelines if they're selling food without any health permits. Any other food, like food trucks, they need permits to sell their food. So I'm hoping that this passes today, so that at least they aren't blocking access to our businesses that we've paid for setting up where we're at. Thank you very much for your time. Goodbye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Marilyn Danhower. After Marilyn, it's Natalia Giovanni. Marilyn, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, okay. I'm Marilyn Danahauer, and I've been a member also of the Santa Barbara Arts and Crafts Show for over 20 years. We pay the city a yearly fee. We also add to our cultural living history. We bring lots of tourists in and their dollars, and we also pay sales tax on the things that we sell, which helps support Santa Barbara. I'm one of 140 micro businesses down there. We have been down there for 56 years, so this is a pretty well-known long-term show. We've had problems with the cart vendors. They bring in like a flatbed truck and they have 5 or 6 of the carts, and they park in the Garden Street lot and they download all these carts, and they just are up and down in front of our booths, blocking our booths. And the people enjoy the food. It is wonderful, but I definitely support giving us a space where the vendors do not sell. And I know it's written into this, but I'd like to see an easy way that this can be maintained for us. Because, you know, we also are trying to earn a living here at that area, and have been doing so for a long time. So thank you for listening, and I hope this goes through, and I just hope it works out really well for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Natalia Giovanni. Natalia, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. First and foremost, congratulations, Mr. Mayor, on your victory, and congratulations to the council members who won their re-election. Now, in regards to the ordinance before you today, I did not hear nor see on the report from staff regarding these vendors, their customers. As a business owner working here on the Milpas corridor, there are many of these vendors throughout the day. And while I appreciate them trying to earn a living, it does become a problem walking on the sidewalks, because their customers go to these vendors to purchase whatever they're selling, and they huddle around their carts. And as a result, I have been, along with other people, I've witnessed you're forced to walk around them, which means going into the street and then getting back on to the sidewalk, which is unsafe and which is not fair. Secondly, I understood, I think it was from Councilmember Harmon, she had or posed a question I was thinking of. If there are any issues that residents, workers, business owners face with these vendors, is it solely complaint based and that's it? Is that final? And if it is complaint based, how many complaints before they get a license revoked, or is that even on the table? Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, there are no further comments.
All right, thank you very much. All right, back to council. I see Mr. Jordan has his light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, I'd like to congratulate staff. This has been through Ordinance Committee twice for an extensive conversation, and I think a really good job has been done to both develop and revise and address the concerns that you heard at the Ordinance Committee and also from the community. And Mr. Doimus, I'd like to welcome you back again. And again, I'm always appreciative of your quiet and respectful language in terms of being cooperative rather than being a policeman out there in the types of ordinances you participate in. I think it just says a lot about both you and the city attorney's office. So I don't know when the prohibition started, but it's probably one of those decades-old things that has outworn itself. I think there is a time and a place in our community for these type of operations. And I'm confident that the adoption of the ordinance with some tweaks that you've already heard about will do so while addressing many of the concerns we hear about. And overall, it is I could certainly try and figure out, back to the general plan or other policies we have, it's certainly advantageous to bring goods to our residents or neighborhoods rather than make our residents or neighborhoods travel to get those goods. There is a certain appeal and sustainability to that the market will serve to provide for if we help it do so. So I'm in favor of that. And obviously one, if not the elephant in the room, is the social equity issue that we've heard people talk about that involves multiple cultures living in this town, multiple different senses of place that those cultures bring. And I am also appreciative of how we address that with in particular, the really low cost to get involved with this, and the discussion you've heard today, and the acknowledgement by staff on a willingness to work on flexibility for the IDs, or the identification process, to be able to do that. And then I also like the structure of the ordinance in that it geographically attempts to protect existing businesses or existing events, while it's also flexible enough to allow other entries into those areas that are non-threatening, but then again reflect bringing goods to people rather than people having to go to those goods, and specifically in this case probably address again that cultural sense of place for many in our community that are used to getting their goods in that manner. So in addition to that, and to Mr. Friedman's comment on local preferences, I mean, I think that example we just heard of people offloading carts on Garden Street, I think those people are just filling a vacuum that we haven't allowed local residents to fill yet. And this ordinance, the implementation of this ordinance will actually allow our locals to legitimately move forward in filling that vacuum and organically looking like a locals program rather than an out-of-town program. So I'm ready to move this forward, but I'm also ready to have it tweaked on some of the things I heard talked about, the ID flexibility, 1-year report back, sounds good to me on how it's going, and then some type of resolution on no fines for a period of time, but I'm also totally in agreement with Councilwoman Sneddon that that's just not a carte blanche to have an education moment 20 times in a year, that there should be, whatever, it's 3 contacts, 2 contacts, 1 contact, whatever that would be, and then after that point, it does become more of an administrative action than not. So otherwise, everything I've heard today is on track with what I heard in Ordinance Committee, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Harmon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll just second Councilmember Jordan. This obviously has been a challenging ordinance to put together, and a lot of work has gone into refining it, both from our city attorney's office and from our ordinance committee. So my appreciation to everyone involved. I want to start, I guess, by acknowledging the argument, or the argument maybe is the right word, set forth by our city attorney about the fundamental purpose of an ordinance like this. As I heard from him, and as I've heard from proponents of ordinances like this, it's really meant to be a pathway, to provide a pathway from informality to legality. And though, of course, there are burdens that come with legislation and regulation, as our city attorney has pointed out, there are also significant benefits that are conferred when we regularize informal economies. So there's a lot to be said for that argument, and I actually have to acknowledge that in a past life, I've done a lot of academic work on the shadow or informal economies and their relationships to government and institutionalized economic systems. And I think the city attorney, in articulating that argument, is certainly right. In many ways, keeping the informal economy from regulatory status, and make no mistake, the street vendors in the city of Santa Barbara are certainly an informal economy of and to themselves. Keeping this informal status from regulatory status can have the effect of perpetuating and reinforcing cycles of poverty and inequality. And I think our city attorney alluded to this, but one of the ways that it can do that is in access to credit and access to capital. If there's a vendor who has one cart who is doing well and would like to purchase a second cart and grow his business or her business, it's incredibly difficult to do so if you are not included in the formal economy. You don't have access to capital in that same way. Thereby, you cannot grow your business and move into other opportunities the way you might if you had that status conferred. But and here's where I have some major concerns about efforts like this. Formalizing an informal economy is incredibly delicate work. It's incredibly delicate work. And it's delicate in no small part because we're taking those same tools that have been historically used to keep these workers in the shadows, namely codification, registration, inspection, permitting, etc. We're taking those tools and we're flipping them on their head. We're saying these things that have always historically been tools to keep you out, we're now going to use those very same things to bring you in. And making that case effectively to community members and operators who have been historically excluded requires a really high degree of trust. It requires a whole lot of ongoing engagement and education. And as Councilmember Jordan pointed out, it requires a high degree of flexibility. Otherwise, this effort, which I do believe comes from a place of trying to build up community members and provide access and opportunity, this effort will have the effect of further disenfranchising those that we're seeking to bring in. So that's really where my concern is, and that's kind of where the rub is for me on an effort like this, and where I struggle with moving forward, is because I understand and believe that the unintended consequences of an action like this can be significant and can have the opposite of its intended effect. So I'm looking forward to hearing from where the rest of our colleagues are on this issue. For me, I would like to support this today, but I think I will only be able to do so with a number of changes. I'm going to lay those out today and would like to hear feedback from the rest of you on whether you might be open to incorporating them into the ordinance. First, I would like to expand acceptable documentation. I believe our city attorney's office had some thoughts about including at the discretion of the finance office for various other types of documentation. That's very important to me. I would like to see that included. I would like to see the 1-year report back as to how this has worked, particularly just to see if we're getting feedback from vendors themselves about whether the restrictions are too onerous, whether the education has been effective. I would also like to have a 1-year administrative moratorium on the imposition of fines. I recognize that we don't want folks to be taking advantage of this moratorium, but I really think the chances that someone would use this 1-year stay on levying fines to their advantage. Instead, I think it's far more likely that we, on the education side, will need this time to adequately and fully communicate to the operators what the new rules are. I think the chances that someone will take advantage of us are very, very slim as compared to the chances that we will need every single day of the next 365 to adequately communicate with these operators what the rules are, how they affect them, and how they can comply with them. And then finally, so this is the fourth change that I would be requesting of my colleagues to consider and would be necessary for me to feel comfortable voting for this today. And this would be to include a warning before the first fine. And this would be after the 1-year moratorium moving forward into the future. You know, I think From what I've heard from our staff, it's very likely that they would give a verbal warning before issuing any kind of fine or penalty anyway. But I think it is to everyone's advantage to codify the necessity of that warning. And to a number of my colleagues' concerns during the question period, if we have this warning baked into the ordinance, it will, I think, really be that check and that thing that requires staff and enforcement staff to continue educating over time. You know, in 5 years, 10 years, when we have a new set of operators, the fact that we have this warning baked into the ordinance first before a fine can be levied will ensure, and it will give us comfort that education will always be the priority first and foremost over time. So with all that said, those are the 4 things that I would like to see in this ordinance, and we look forward to hearing from our colleagues as to where they stand on those and the ordinance in general. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Alejandro Gutierrez.
I'm going to wait to go last, please.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to wait to go last, please.
Okay, very good. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. I think there was a lot that was said by Councilmembers Jordan and Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. And so I'm supportive of the ordinance and the intent, which is to bring these businesses into legitimizing. And hopefully, I mean, there's an opportunity when you have access to capital that you could eventually move into a permanent business as well, where you might not have that opportunity now if you grow your business. So it provides a lot of different opportunities. So, and I also want to thank our staff and the ordinance committee for really grappling with these issues and making this draft ordinance better. In terms of the 4 items that Mayor Pro Tem Harmon put forward, I'm supportive of those. I assume the rest of the council will be, but I think they make sense. And then the one thing with the 1-year report back to council, I would like to have some data included on the number that are city residents who obtain the business license versus non-city residents that obtain the business license. I think that would be important for us to know that a year from now. And other than that, I'll be supportive of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm likewise supportive of the, both the comments and the suggestions by Councilmember Jordan and Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, and also by Councilmember Friedman. I do want to clarify and make sure that I'm understanding one particular part based on public comment about the Cabrillo Boulevard Arts and Crafts Show, and it's on pages 9 and pages 11. I just want to make sure I understand. So on page 9, sidewalk vending is prohibited within 500 feet of special events, including the Arts and Crafts Show. Is that correct? Okay.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, you're correct.
Okay, and that's in the ordinance. So what we were hearing described to us with a vendor being right up against, with a sidewalk vendor being right up against an arts and crafts show vendor sort of blocking the way, this ordinance would address that.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, yes, it would address it. Unless the event approves of the vendor, then it would address it.
Okay, so there's an allowance for that. So then on page 11, where it says stationary vendors are permitted on the south side, providing on a part of a sidewalk that's furthest from the street, that's when the arts and crafts show is not in place. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, you're correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to verify that what was brought up in that public comment, I believed it had been addressed in the ordinance, and I just want to make sure I was interpreting that right. So yes, I will be supporting ID flexibility, 1-year report back, as opposed to an appeal process, which seems maybe unnecessarily lengthy and expensive. And I'm agnostic on the fines for a period of time, if it's for a year or however many times that happens. I'm however that comes forward in the motion, I'll be supporting.
Councilman Alejandro Gutierrez.
I have a quick question for the city attorney office. I have a lot of thoughts in my head, but I'm really going to keep it brief. My only concern, because I live in these neighborhoods where a lot of these street vendors are, and I understand the population. I would really like for that 1 year, if we do move on with this ordinance, that there is really staff members out in the community, that we really do the educational piece and not just hand a flyer and you figure it out. Because we are going to have people saying like, oh, I didn't know about this. And I do want to thank the city attorney's office and for great job that you guys are doing. I like the ordinance. It is necessary. We have to have a balance and we have to follow the law and guidance. And my only concern is that, and it came up during public comment, that you're going to have people complaining and complaining about a specific vendor, and then there's going to be a sense of harassment. And then what about that vendor? You know, the city gets involved, he has a really bad experience, and we're back to square one, where people don't want to interact with our local government. So I really appreciate that we're being really flexible with the IDs and that we are not trying to criminalize people that are out there vending, that it's strictly to have some sort of checks and balance control. And to also educate them into getting, into a stabilized business system here. But what I really want to see a concrete plan on how we're going to do this educational outreach. And record keeping of who we're talking to, and I don't want you guys to come back in a year and talk about how the implementation of the plan went and just give me vague examples of, well, we went to the east side and we gave some flyers. I really want this to be successful because it's needed. Obviously, it came to ordinance twice. But I want to see a plan of how the education portion is going to be implemented. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So this is something that's gotten a lot more complicated, and I kind of think it should in a lot of ways. We've had sidewalk vendor push cart issues for a long, long, long time. And like the woman that from the art show was talking about, one of the big problems were the large trucks would show up, particularly on Saturday mornings, and they drop off. There'd be like a mothership of all sorts of vendors. When Ricardo Lara proposed this law in the first place, the idea was to give local small entrepreneurs a chance to do this and to move forward. And that's why the law was written, so that it didn't have to do with whether it competed with a brick and mortar situation. It left the business fees and whatnot extremely low. This is a low barrier to entry. There's already a low barrier as far as IDs for getting business licenses and health permits anyway. Well, I don't think we have to go out our way to do that. But the idea was to protect these vendors. It was to get out of the Wild West mode, which we're in right now, and get back to where local small entrepreneurs could actually have a chance to do this and do what Mr. Kalan talked about, actually have legitimacy, establish banking relationships, perhaps even someday morph into a brick and mortar situation. I think that we have a very, very small administrative fee to get in. I mean, and brick and mortar people aren't going to complain about competition, but they are going to complain about fairness, because they're going to think, what did I go through all this to start my business? And you guys are arguing about whether or not the $25 is unfair or not. And I go, so I think that not only should the $25 fee be what it is, that's great. I think the fine should be established and the fine should be enforced. I think you could go with a warning for the first time. I doubt seriously a lot of this is going to happen, but having licensed, recognized businesses that have to have a health permit, have to have a business license, and they're supposed to have a sales tax permit. I think all those things are going to weed it down to the people that are serious about going forward and actually trying to make a living out of doing this, as opposed to making it a free-for-all for whoever wants to come into town on the weekends and try to hide out in the busy places. So I think the staff has done a good job. I'm ready to move forward on the ordinance. I'm not ready to tweak it 500 times. Right now, it sounds like a motion is going to be rather complicated. So hopefully, when we bring this forward with my colleagues, we'll realize what we're doing is to the benefit of those folks who want to vend from carts. This is really for them. So that's what I really would like everybody to think about as we craft an ordinance or craft a motion going forward. And with that, I would accept a proposal for a motion if anybody's got one. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry I didn't hit my light earlier. I'm not going to be supportive of it. I haven't been supportive of it since it came to ordinance committee. I just feel like it's just adding hurdles to our micro business environment here in this community. We've all said we wanted to support and make having a business here a little more welcome, but I don't see this doing that. So with all due respect, I'll be voting against the motion. Thanks.
Very good. Ms. Gutierrez, you have your lights on? Oh, no, okay. Ms. Harmon, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to try, if it's all right with you, to craft a motion, though respectfully, I will be including the tweaks. I think it makes the ordinance better, and these are necessary for me to get comfortable with it. So I would like to make the proposal, and maybe we can see if it has support and go from there. Is that all right with you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am, it's all yours.
Thank you. I would like to move that we adopt the sidewalk vending ordinance with the following changes. First, that we expand acceptable documentation for identification purposes. Second, that we include in the text of the ordinance a warning before the issuance of the first fine. Second, that we direct administratively that no fines be levied for the first year of implementation of the ordinance. And finally, that city staff report back in a year regarding the status of the ordinance and the various issues that other council members have raised.
Very good. And that's your motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. And then Mr. Colon.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I wanted to suggest that with the number of changes we're talking about, we'll like to bring this back for introduction on a future consent agenda. So I want to free you from the burden of trying to articulate specifics right now.
All right, so as I understand it, then we would get a written report from you about what this ordinance actually does, says, and more comprehensive, because we did bat around a lot of different concepts up here.
Following the motion, we would revise the ordinance with red lines and identify how those red lines are responsive to the council's direction in our staff report.
And so do you need us to complete the process and vote on this, or just leave it tabled until that time?
No, we would appreciate the direction to bring back the ordinance for introduction and first reading.
Okay, I'll go back to the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will revise my motion to direct our city attorney to revise the ordinance and bring it back for first reading.
Okay, and the seconder?
Good
I
to
can
go.
second.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez.
I'll second the motion.
Oh, I think Mr. Jordan already
Oh,
revised the second. Did you, Mr. Jordan? Okay, so we have first and second. And with that, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember
Harmon,
Harmon,
second by Jordan.
seconded by Jordan, to direct city attorney to revise the ordinance and return for first reading. Okay, Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
No.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries with no by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Okay, very good, thank you. We need to give the translators a short break, so we'll do a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 4:15. Madam Clerk, would you read the next item, please?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Item 11, initiation of specific plan and general plan amendments and community benefit designation for 3237 State Street.
Thank you very much. Who's doing the, Ms. Alstring, are you doing the presentation?
Mayor Rouse, that would be Allison DeBusk.
Oh, Mr. Busk, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Allison DeBusk. I'm the senior planner, and I'll be filling in for Kathleen Kennedy today and giving you the staff presentation. Next slide. As some background, an initiation request was previously presented to the City Council on February 9th, 2021. Council postponed taking an action and referred it to the Planning Commission for comments. A Planning Commission hearing was held on November 11th, 2021, and today's hearing provides some additional information for Council to consider. Next slide. American Indian Health and Services, or AIHS, is a local nonprofit organization and is purchasing the 2.57-acre property at 3237 State Street from the federal government in order to create a permanent site for its community health clinic. The zoning designation of the site and the land use designation do not currently allow for community health clinics. Next slide. Therefore, the applicant is requesting that the City Council initiate a specific plan to replace the existing RS 7.5/USS zoning designation to allow the community health clinic and other uses, initiate a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from parks and open space to office and low density residential, and to designate the community health clinic project as a community benefit project. The request for a community benefit square footage is a new request and was not part of last year's council meeting. And also with respect to the requested general plan designation, I just wanted to point out that staff is recommending a medium density designation, whereas the applicant is proposing low density. Next slide. So the main purpose of today's hearing is an initiation to allow AIHS to submit an application for the specific plan and general plan amendment, and designation of the project as a community benefit project to allow AIHS to submit an application that includes an increase in non-residential square footage for the property. These actions will not commit the City Council or the Planning Commission to any particular project or to the specific plan or general plan designation. I want to be clear that today's hearing is not about the City Council approving the project. Council's action would allow the applicant to submit a formal application for further review. Next slide. Staff is also requesting that the City Council provide some comments on the conceptual design for the project site, discuss what uses should be included in the specific plan, and discuss the general plan land use designation change. Next slide. So first I'll talk briefly about the project's conceptual design, as the council had previously requested that plans be prepared for the Planning Commission's review. Next slide. The subject parcel is just over 2.5 acres, and it's located at the southeast corner of State and Las Positas. Next slide. This is a partial view of the building as viewed from State Street, and this existing building is a historic resource. Next slide. And here we have a view from Las Positas. Next slide. This is a rendering of what AIHS is proposing as viewed from State Street. Next slide. And this is a site plan of the proposed project. The applicant would be demolishing a portion of the existing building, about 500 square feet, which is located between the existing building and the community wellness building on this slide. approximately in the location of that number 5 on the site plan. And they would also be adding approximately 4,000 square feet, which is the building area shown in orange and crosshatched. Next slide. Overall, the project would add approximately 3,500 square feet of net new non-residential floor area. 1,000 square feet would come from our minor addition category of the city's non-residential growth management program. The remaining 2,500 square feet could be allocated from the community benefit category if the project is designated by City Council as a community benefit project. Next slide. A community benefit project must qualify as either community priority, economic development, or new vehicle sales. So a community priority project is described as having a broad public benefit, not principally operated for private profit, and necessary to meet a present or projected need directly related to public health, safety, or general welfare. Staff does find that this proposal could qualify as a community priority project. Next slide. The Planning Commission had positive comments about the conceptual project design, including the landscaping, parking, and public improvements. Next slide. Now I'll summarize the land purchase and funding. Next slide. In summary, this property was declared to be excess land in 2017 by the federal government. The property was offered to other federal agencies, and Indian Health Services, which is a federal agency, expressed a need for the property. IHS is responsible for providing federal health services to American Indians and Alaska Natives. IHS purchased the property and it was transferred to them in January 2021. Next slide. IHS is allowed to transfer the property to an urban Indian health program, such as AIHS. AIHS is purchasing the property at fair market value and therefore would be reimbursing IHS for their payment. AIHS made the required down payment to IHS and is moving forward with the proposed project. Next slide. Council had previously asked about the project cost and funding sources, which have been provided by the applicant. The cost of the project is estimated at just over $16 million. The funding sources would include the property deposit of over $1 million, cash on hand of approximately $4.3 million, federal funding of $3.8 million, capital campaign or future federal funding of approximately $2 million, and bank financing of almost $5 million. Next slide. And now I'll talk about the specific plan. Next slide. So this property is currently zoned RS 7.5/USS, which is a single family zoning in the Upper State Street area. And this is shown in yellow on the slide. The zone allows for single unit residential development. Some public and semi-public uses can be permitted with a conditional use permit. However, a medical clinic is not an allowed use in this zone. Next slide. So why not just rezone to something that does allow for a medical clinic? So the benefit of doing a specific plan rather than rezoning to the office medical zone is that the allowed uses can be further limited. The proposed specific plan includes any non-residential use in the OM zone, any residential use that's allowed in the OM zone, as long as it's restricted to very low, or moderate income housing, and staging for emergency services by a public agency. The proposed use is a medical clinic, and the applicant is not currently proposing any housing, so these uses would only come into play if there was a revised proposal in the future. Next slide. Planning Commission comments were received in November 2021. All commissioners were in support of the medical clinic use, 100% affordable housing, and emergency staging. One planning commissioner suggested removing the allowance for mobile home parks, permanent RV parks, banks, and financial institutions. One commissioner suggested restricting to only park and recreational facilities, public facilities, and medical and dental clinics. And one suggested keeping community care facilities for elderly care and hospices, daycare centers, supportive and transitional housing, and college and trade schools. Next slide. The OM zone does allow for various land use classifications, and a complete list was provided in Exhibit E of the Planning Commission staff report. Next slide. And now we'll go into the general plan amendment. Next slide. The property currently has a general plan land use designation of parks and open space, and this is the area that's shown in green. This allows for public and private parks and recreational facilities. A medical clinic use is not allowed. The proposed designation is office low density. The city doesn't currently have an office low density land use designation, and you can see the existing residential low density designation, and that's shown in the yellow, and that would allow 5 dwelling units per acre. The area shown in pink is the city's commercial medium high density residential land use designation, and it allows 15 to 27 dwelling units per acre. Staff's recommended land use designation is office medium density residential, which would allow for 12 units per acre. Next slide. So just to reiterate, the requested general plan amendment is to change the parks and open space designation to office low density residential, and staff is recommending the change to office medium density residential. Next slide. The Planning Commission preferred the medium density over the low density, and they also recommended that City Council initiate the specific plan and general plan amendment. Next slide. And next slide. So staff's recommendation is to initiate a specific plan to replace the existing zoning in order to allow the community health clinic and other uses. Staff also recommends that council initiate a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from parks and open space to office medium density residential, and that council designate the community health clinic project as a community benefit project. Next slide. Staff is also requesting council comments on the allowed uses that are in the specific plan, the general plan land use designation, as well as the conceptual project design. And just to reiterate, the initiation does not commit council to the allowed uses in the specific plan or the general plan land use designation. However, it does provide some certainty to the applicant that the overall proposal could be approved. Next slide. Next slide. So if the council does agree to initiate the project, the next steps would be for the applicant to submit a planning application for the development plan, specific plan, and general plan amendment. Then the Historic Landmarks Commission would review the conceptual design and also the historic structures report. The Planning Commission would then hold a hearing to review the development plan and make a recommendation to the City Council regarding the specific plan and general plan amendment. Then the City Council would review the specific plan and general plan amendments. And finally, the Historic Landmarks Commission would review the project for project design and final approvals. Next slide. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we have an applicant presentation as well. Thank you.
Very good. Before we get started, are there questions for staff currently? Are we, Mr. Friedman and Ms. Sneddon?
You know, I'm going to wait till after the presentation
Okay, so
for my questions because they might get answered. So I decided I'll wait till after the
Why
full
don't we,
presentation.
that's a good shit. Why don't we go ahead and do that, Mr. Buss? Go ahead and complete the presentation, then we'll go back to council for questions, please. Go ahead.
Can you all see me?
Yes.
Okay, would you like us to start?
Yes, please.
Okay, hi. I'm Beth Collins. I'm a land use attorney at Brownstein, and I represent American Indian Health and Services. I have done so for the last 5 years. Nice to be here, Mayor and council members. Thank you, Allison, for a great presentation. Next slide. I'm hoping, yes. Back one. Back one. Yes. Okay, thank you. So after 30 years of serving the Santa Barbara community, this critical nonprofit community health clinic seeks a permanent home at the Upper State Armory at 3237 State Street. For these 30 years, AIHS has been renting a hodgepodge of spaces at El Mercado Shopping Center, which frankly is not ideal for their operations. With this project, AIHS seeks to design and build its permanent dream home for this important community clinic. Next slide, please. So, as you heard from Allison, the hearing today is a bit unusual for the council. We are not asking you to approve our project. We haven't yet even submitted our application. Instead, we're asking for a few things to facilitate the very start of this project. First, we're asking to be designated a community benefit project. Like neighborhood clinics, direct relief, and sanctuary center, we believe this project squarely qualifies as a community benefit project. It's a nonprofit healthcare clinic with broad public benefit, necessary to meet present as well as projected needs related to public health, safety, and the general welfare in the city. So we think we squarely qualify there. We're also asking that the council initiate a specific plan and a general plan amendment with just one tweak. As Allison discussed, we are hoping that the general plan amendment can be initiated for the lower density office, low density residential, 5 units per acre level. And then we can discuss that at further length if you would like, but a preview of that is that matches the current zoning. That matches our current zoning. Okay, here, yeah. Sorry, my team's telling me I'm like not in the center of the. Better. Is that better? Okay, was I off frame? Sorry, guys. I couldn't see what you guys were seeing. Okay, so I'm good now? Okay, I'm in the frame. That's helpful. So, so anyway, we are asking the small tweak that the general plan amendment be 5 units per acre, mainly because that matches the current density. And as Allison mentioned, we are not asking to do a housing project. We are a clinic, a healthcare clinic. We've been here for 30 years. We plan here to be another 30, 50, 100 years. We aren't going to be a housing project, and we already are asking for additional square footage. As you will see when the project architect presents, we have maxed out the site, and therefore we don't foresee housing to be at this site. So adding the additional complexity to the analysis of upzoning this property, having this nonprofit do that during our environmental review and the processing at the city, we feel like this is not the right time for that analysis. So we ask that you consider that request. Next slide. So here's a preview of the project timeline. This is where we are at this time. We're at initiation step. Next slide. We will be back to you for approval of the specific plan and the general plan amendment at the end of next year, or this year, sorry, at the end of 2020, after applications submitted, after HLC, after Planning Commission. We will be here again and asking for final approval. Next slide, please. So here's a small look into our project team. We have Scott Black, who's our Chief Executive Officer, and then also Brad Stolte, the Chief Financial Officer at AIHS. They're both available here on the phone. In fact, you'll hear Scott Black shortly. And then we also have our project manager, Patsy Stadelman Price, who works with me at Brownstein. There's me. And next slide, we have Deddy Pikert, who's from RRM, who's put together our conceptual plan. You'll hear from him soon. We also brought in Cameron Carey from the Tynan Group. He was really critical, working with Deddy to put together the project costs that you heard Allison speak about, and then you'll also hear us speak a little bit about in a moment. And then last but not least, we have Terrain Consulting, who does public affairs, and that's Jim Youngson and Brian Robinson. With that, I will pass it on to Scott Black, who will talk to you more about AIHS. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Beth. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the Santa Barbara City Council. Thank you for considering this project. My name is Scott Black. I've been the CEO for American Indian Health and Services for 14 years. American Indian Health and Services is both an outpatient urban Indian health care facility and a health resources and services administration community health clinic. Although not everyone in Santa Barbara is familiar with our organization, our healthcare partners do know us very well. We offer exceptional medical, behavioral, community wellness, and dental services to members of the Santa Barbara community and beyond. We are a patient-centered medical home for over 7,000 patients and approximately 34,000 visits annually. This number does not include COVID vaccines and tests. Federally qualified health centers like American Indian Health and Services stepped up in a big way for testing and vaccinating throughout our area. Opening our doors at our current location in 1994, American Indian Health and Services is one of 41 independent, nonprofit urban Indian health clinics nationally. We serve American Indian, Alaska Native, and all community members. Over 80% of our patients live at 200% of the federal poverty scale or below. Next slide, please. American Indian Health and Services has enjoyed a great relationship with our local health partners, Cottage Health, Sansum, Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, San Ynez Tribal Health, Community Health Centers of the Central Coast, and Santa Barbara County Public Health Department. We also have an excellent relationship with our local, state, national providers, the Indian Health Services, Health Resources and Services Administration, Community Health Center, California Consortium for Urban Indian Health, the National Council of Urban Indian Health, Vaccine for Children, SenCal, Santa Barbara Eyeglass Factory, Direct Relief, United Way, just to name a few. Next slide, please. Our existing facility has served us well, but our organization and patients are in need of our own home. We currently lease seven individual spaces. Most of these suites have separate leases. Currently, we occupy 15,000 plus feet. This space is not designed to meet the needs of a full ambulatory healthcare facility. At almost 28 years in the same location, we have proven our ability to be a stable partner and to our commitment of the offering quality care to this community. Next slide, please. With your support, we can secure the property at 3237 State as our permanent home. This will allow us to continue with our mission at this central location, well positioned to offer care to our community. We have a capable and committed team of providers and staff. I would like to turn this over to Patsy Price with Brownstein Hyatt. She's the manager for this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm going to talk briefly about the history of 3237 State Street property before we present our conceptual plans for rehabilitation of the site. Next slide, please. During World War II in the 1940s, the property was part of a larger 46-acre Hoff General Army Hospital. Next slide. Following World War II, the hospital was disbanded, and in 1956, construction of Fremont Hall, a U.S. Army Reserve Center, was completed. Next slide, please. In 2007, the federal government determined both Fremont Hall and the Operations and Maintenance Shop, which is a smaller building located on the east side of the property, were eligible for listing as a National Historic Landmark. The State Historic Preservation Office concurred with this finding. Then, in 2017, the Army declared the property excess, as Allison has described, and the federal property disposal process began. The Indian Health Service requested the property for its urban Indian health program. In 2020, IHS and AIHS entered into an agreement for transfer of the property whereby AIHS would purchase the property for fair market value and operate an urban Indian health clinic at the property. In addition, IHS directed that while completing the transfer, American Indian Health and Services is granted federal authorization to operate all or a portion of its clinic on the site. As a few of the leases at AIHS's current facility have recently expired, they have begun moving staff offices over to a portion of the State Street facility. The federal government is currently in the process of updating its historic structures analysis and engaging in a consultation process with the State Historic Preservation Office and the city as required by Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. This is a step that needs to be completed prior to finalizing the transfer of the property. The intention is that they would establish restrictions on future rehabilitation of the site, which would be recorded as deed restrictions against the property before transfer to ensure that historic resources are protected. These restrictions are in addition to City Historic Landmarks Commission review of any exterior changes to the property. Now I'd like to turn it over to Debbie Piker to present our conceptual plans for the property.
Thank you, Patsy. Mayor Rouse, members of council, I'm Deddy Pikert. I'm principal with our design group and the architect for the project. And I'm very much honored to be a part of this team today, making this presentation to you. We go to the next slide, please. Yeah, I wanted to start off just by kind of showing you an overview, aerial view of the property. You can see it located in the center of the screen there. As you know, it's been pretty much abandoned for the last 10 years. And that is at this very prominent corner of our community. You can see that to the left is Loretto Plaza and some other commercial buildings. And then to the north is the State Street commercial properties, a number of businesses located on State Street there. And to the south and the east, we have Mackenzie Park, kind of just surrounding that corner of the site. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just underscore that this is a conceptual design at this point. It will be going through the full review process, city's review process, including HLC and all the departments of the community of the city. And I wanted to just point out a couple of particular statistics. I think you're probably already familiar. The site is about 2.5 acres. The existing building consists of about 18,000 square feet. And then with the 3,500 square foot of net additional space, it'll come out to about 21,486 square feet. Next slide, please. So here's the site plan. And I wanted to mention to you that we spent quite a lot of time on this, working with the AIHS staff. We did the design charrette to try and get a real clear direction and understanding of how we intend to use the site. And you can see that the site is fully utilized by the facility and its program. I want to point out a couple of things. There are 2 vehicular access points. Both of those will be right in and right out only, one on State Street, one on Las Positas, where you see the number 6. And another key element is to look where the number 1 is located, and that will be the main patient entrance into the facility that will be accessible both from the parking lot side and of course State Street. And number 2 will be the primary entrance for the staff. And then you'll see that along the State Street frontage, we're proposing a new sidewalk that will be within the setback area of the property to provide a beautifully landscaped entrance into the facility. And on the left where you see the number 8, that is the currently unimproved frontage at Las Positas. And of course, we're intending to fully landscape that and put in a public sidewalk with a parkway separating the sidewalk from the vehicular traffic. You can see that the entire parking lot will be completely redeveloped and landscaped and configured as you see it there in front of you. But one of the real highlights here is where the number 3 is located. And what our intention there is to create a beautiful outdoor courtyard space that will be an amenity for the staff, but also a waiting area for patients and their children, and just a beautiful garden setting right in the center of the property. And lastly, where you see the number 4, we intend to create a garden, healing herb garden, utilizing Native American traditional plantings that will be part of the community wellness program of American Indian Health. And you all have this drawing in your packet, and there's a number of other items on there. I don't want to take any more time right now, but if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If we go to the next slide, please. This is just a diagram showing how we intend to utilize the building. Right in the middle, you can see where we're eliminating concrete ammunition dump of some kind. And that'll provide sort of a lateral access sidewalk through the entire site. And you can see where the medical area is and the dental areas, and in particular where the main entry is that goes right through to that courtyard area I was pointing out earlier. Go to the next slide, please. Again, this is a picture of the building as it's today. You can see the chain link fence and the barbed wire on top of it. Not a very friendly sort of frontage there for the street. Going to the next slide. That's a rendering just showing our design intention to really create a beautiful, welcoming presence in the neighborhood, especially at this very prominent corner of our community at State Street and Las Positas. You can see that we're proposing a bus shelter because so many of the patients going to this clinic for services will be arriving by public transportation. Going to the next slide, please. So that's a view looking the other direction along State Street. And you can see that that one-story portion of the building, a lot of it is actually a later addition from the original, which is a historic structure of merit. Next slide. This shows you our intention to create a beautiful, welcoming entrance, main entrance for patients visiting the facility. And you can see where some of the people walking in front of the building will be able to utilize that sidewalk and even wait outside on bench-like low walls, et cetera. So it's going to be just a really great facility and entrance here, welcoming and great presence on State Street there. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is showing you the intersection of the two wings of the building, kind of from the back parking lot, as it exists now. The next slide will show you what our intention is with respect to this courtyard that I was describing earlier. Again, it's just going to be beautifully landscaped, an open space that's transparent through from State Street, so people can enter from either this side or the State Street side. And it provides a great outdoor space for patients to be waiting for their appointments, et cetera. And the next slide. So you've already heard a little bit about the funding. I'll go over it very briefly. I think you can see that on the left side, there's a column that shows what are estimated costs for the project construction, including land and contingency. And the total cost is estimated about 16.2 million. And on the right side, you'll see what the sources of funding are. And again, I think you saw this before. I'll point out that the deposit of 1.1 million is in place, cash on hand 4.4 million, additional federal funding of 3.8 million, and then a modest 2 million that will be raised in a capital campaign and also from other sources of grant funding, et cetera, which leaves about 4.9 million of institutional funding. And I want to point out that the end result of this is that the monthly costs will be about 30% less than what the organization is currently paying in lease payments. So it's a huge benefit to AIHS and of course to the services that they'll be able to offer at this facility. And again, the funding balance is out at 16.2 million. Next slide. Yeah, and finally, I think I'll just reiterate the request before you today. We're asking City Council to initiate the general plan amendment with office, low density residential. We're promoting 5 units per acre, which is a little less than what the staff has recommended. And I think you've heard some of the reasons for that. And of course, a specific plan. And then to designate the project as a community benefit project to allow the future 3,500 square feet of net additional space to be built. So that concludes our presentation. And I just want to welcome you to ask any questions. We have our entire team here available to answer any questions that you may have or elaborate on anything that you've seen here today. And finally, we're just so excited about this project and we hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pikert. Okay, I have Eric, before I had Eric Kristen and then Megan, so we'll go with Mr. Friedman, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Black, Ms. Collins, and your whole team for this presentation. It's come a long way in terms of just really showing the public and us what you're planning. So I appreciate all this additional information, but I'll save my general comments for later because we're doing questions right now. So, so just a few questions I have. One is, it constantly comes up about why the city, from the public, why the city didn't pursue this property and why we're talking about a medical clinic there. And you mentioned in your presentation, both staff and American Indian Health, the federal divestment process, but I was wondering if you could go into a little more detail on what that divestment process is, specifically where the city would have been and in the process, and what would have happened if you had declined or an Indian Health Service had declined it. What would the next step have been before it even came to the city? If someone could just articulate that for us and the public.
Ms. Collins, I think you may be the best person to explain those intricacies.
Sure. Let's see. Okay, can you see me? Yes. Is it working? Yes. Okay, so the next step would be, oh, and look at this. We have the federal disposal process slide that's up. So we are at the excess property stage now, which is, my recollection is called Tier 3. Then there is something called the McKinney-Vento Act that would trigger as the next step. And so that's an opportunity for HUD to come in and for there to be transitional housing, homeless housing constructed on the site. Then after that, there's a next tier where it would be available to nonprofits, in essence, entities outside the federal government. So excess is where we are now. Surplus would be the stage after McKinney-Vento. And just like you can buy surplus Army gear, surplus property can be purchased by non-federal entities. And so that's when there would be an opportunity for nonprofits or the city or others to come into the process. But Allison's or Mr. Busk's presentation was correct in that because we're at the excess phase, there isn't an opportunity for the city to to acquire it at this stage.
I think
Did I
that's.
answer your question, Councilmember Friedman?
Yes, it does, and for the public, I just wanted to ensure that they understood that process and where the city stood, because American Indian Health is taking part in the established process that the federal government has, and so you're following the process that is established, and that's how this came to be. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I'm going to get on to the discrepancy between what you're asking for in the staff on the 5 units per acre versus the staff recommendation of 12 units per acre for the housing. And one of the questions that I have is, would there be any additional environmental review if the property was upzoned to the medium density of 12 units per acre?
So is it a question to me?
Whoever could best answer that, so feel free to chime in.
I'm definitely a CEQA and land use attorney and a bit of a dork, so I can answer that. But the answer is really it's the lead agency, the city, would make the decision about what the baseline is. It is normally the baseline for CEQA and environmental analysis is normally the existing conditions, which is 5 units per acre. And then the question, so if you upzone from 5 units per acre as part of the specific plan, I would say most certainly it adds complexity, because then there is the question of what does that mean? Even though we're proposing a healthcare clinic, that's all that would be constructed at this time. If there was a possibility under the specific plan to be able to construct 12 units per acre of affordable with, by the way, a density bonus, what would that increased construction, what would be the impacts? And so there is an argument that certainly adds complexity, may add cost, and may add additional environmental analysis / considerations. And so that is a key driver, since we are a nonprofit. And for us, we don't think that complexity should be added at this point. Should a residential developer want to develop this site with affordable, honestly, they're going to want more than 12 units per acre. It will pencil at a higher density. So they'll be back. So that's my view. And that's why we're asking if we keep it at 5 units per acre. Did I answer your question?
I think so. I'd like to hear from staff as well, just your thoughts on this as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't disagree with any of those statements. However, I do think that the medical clinic use in terms of environmental impacts will probably be more significant than a 12 unit per acre residential site. So really the impacts of analyzing the medical use will be the more significant. So I wouldn't anticipate that the change from 5 units per acre to 12 would have much impact on the environmental review process.
Thank you for that. I think that's just important clarification. And then in terms of, let me get my notes here. In terms of the Planning Commission, there was some suggestions on limiting types of uses. I'm referring to the staff presentation of slide 23. Maybe you could pull that up. And so examples are removing mobile home park, permanent recreational vehicles, banks, financial institutions. And then in the staff report, it says this was discussed, but it was, in page 6 of our staff report, said that it was actually not part of the specific plan. Can you speak to that? Because what I'd like to see is, if this project goes forward, is we really want to tailor it into the project that they want to build and make it simple for them, make it simple for us, make it simple for the public to understand, and as much as we can. So I'm just wondering how these other uses would be addressed, is a specific plan, or if we wanted to limit and not have those types of uses, how would we best address those through the planning process if it's not through what we're going forward on this? And maybe Ms. Dubusky could answer that.
Councilmember Friedman, those are the types of comments that we would be interested to hear today. We got some feedback from Planning Commission, and so any comments that we hear from the City Council will then incorporate them into the specific plan. So we did have various feedback from the commissioners, some wanting to restrict it more, some wanting to add a few more uses. And so we have to balance those things.
Okay, thank you. That's good for my colleagues and I to understand. A couple other questions. So another question that's come up is, Should down the line, the project we go forward, it gets, American Indian takes possession of the property, and for whatever reasons, the project doesn't get built, and it goes to the market. Is there a way to put a right of first refusal for the city to purchase at fair market value?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, there's really no nexus where we could require a right of first refusal. However, if the property were to come on the market, we would at that time be able to make an offer on the property.
Okay, so if so, while we can't do the right of first refusal, we would still be competitive with others out there, but we can't specifically have the city be the right of first refusal.
Correct.
Thank you. And then in terms of public improvements such as sidewalks and others, the staff report is not including those in the specific plan. So how would sidewalk improvements and those other public benefits be incorporated into the project?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, those would be undertaken as part of any building permits for the proposal. The city does have ordinances that trigger public improvements as part of building permits, and so that's when those would be assessed.
So they don't need to be part of the actions today to incorporate those into the specific plan itself?
Councilmember Friedman, that's correct. They don't need to be part of today's actions. However, it is something that we will be discussing in terms of our dimensions or other details about the improvements. It does make sense to include those types of things in the specific plan, just so that everyone understands what will be expected at the time those building permits are pulled.
Okay, so we might need your help in that statement, crafting that when we get to a motion of what we specifically want to ensure that the proper direction is given for the public improvements. So, and then the last question I have right now, it goes to the use of Mackenzie Park next door, and my understanding is that the clinic is currently open Monday through Friday till either 5 or 6 p.m. and it's closed on Saturday. So is there an opportunity here to work with the clinic to provide additional benefits, especially to the park on the weekends when it has such heavy use for baseball, for use of the parking area or others that we might be able to, maybe not as part of the specific plan, but is there an opportunity through the planning process to try to facilitate improved access to the park on non-operational hours of the clinic?
Did you want us to speak?
Yeah, if you could speak to that, Ms. Collins.
Councilmember Freeman through the mayor. I think that Tava will provide the same response that I provide, but I do not believe there's a nexus for the city to require that as part of the project. We aren't creating I do not believe that the project will end up creating any environmental impacts. And for that reason, I don't think there's a nexus for the city to require it. And, just from the side of American Indian Health and Services, this is a healthcare clinic. There are privacy issues that are paramount, of course, privacy and security. And so for that reason, there is a proposed fence around the site. And so having shared parking with Mackenzie may present some challenges. It's certainly something we can talk about as we go through the process. Again, this is just initiation. We're not asking for approval of the project. We're just trying to get in the door and begin the process with the city. And I would really give the same answer on the nitty gritty in the specific plan. That's something that can be worked out in the next months, over the next rest of this year. As far as which uses the planning commission and then ultimately the council think are appropriate for this site.
Perfect. And I just want to clarify, I wasn't advocating that we put that in the specific plan. It's just an issue that has come up, and if there's an opportunity to, through the regular planning process going forward, to have a discussion on how that would interact. So I just want to clarify that. And Ms. Ostrander, if you had anything you wanted to add to that?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I generally do agree that I don't see the nexus. However, as the project moves along, or even after it's built, there may be an opportunity for a dialogue between American Indian Health Services and the city if, from maybe more of a private partnership negotiation.
So that's something we could pursue at a later time, but not as part of the specific plan today.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are, one last question, Ms. Collins, getting back to the community benefit, which is also very important for the project. And you mentioned the clientele that you served, and I also saw that at a 30%, you mentioned a 30% reduction in your costs from here. So the clientele you serve, you mentioned the slide, but can you get into a little more specifics as tell your story? You mentioned that it's not just American Indians and other low income, but there are a number of other clients that you serve. So just the percentages that you're looking at, the types of community members in Santa Barbara that we're serving. So I think it's an opportunity to really highlight why this is a community benefit, just based on the clientele you serve. If you could speak to that or your team. And that's my final question. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor, I'm going to defer to my client, Scott Black, and have him speak a little bit about AIHS and all the different wonderful patients that they serve.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman, Mayor, and other members. Yes, we are both Indian Health Services Clinic, Urban Indian Health Program, which is a federally qualified health center, familiar with Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, Community Health Centers of the Central Coast. We are very much that type of clinic, also funded by Health Resources and Services Administration. About 10 to 12% of our clients are American Indian or Alaska Native. The rest of them are community members, and our services are available to anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Sorry, I thought I was in a long line. Mr. Black, I'm sorry, Ms. Collins. I was going to ask Mr. Black if he could talk to one more designation that he has on that question from Councilmember Friedman, and that's to our area designation as a health professional shortage area. So obviously I've ground down through IHS's mission to federally qualified healthcare centers, and that also led me to your work in an area that is an HPSA. And could you talk a little bit about our community and how that affects or offers you the ability to reach out to the underrepresented?
Sure.
I think that's enough of a softball question, isn't it? Right.
Well, there's a number of ways that that benefits both us and the community. Thank you for asking that question. One of the areas we're able to offer services is by our designation of a health professional shortage area is that we qualify for nearly every federal and state student loan program, and that's forgiveness for providers that work at our facilities. So there's that benefit. And also with the Indian Health Services, we have the ability for our providers, whether they're Native American or not, to apply for loan forgiveness depending on their commitment. And one can be utilized after the other one is exhausted. Does that answer your question?
Yep, pretty much. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think the rest of my questions are for staff, and Ms. Ostrander, I'd just like to repeat one. If we can't do it, why not? So as part of a specific plan, we absolutely cannot put ourselves in a spot in the event of a sale at a point of first refusal. We're just unable legally to do that.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, yes, there's not the nexus between the specific plan and then the right to purchase the property at some other point. But like I said, we can do it after, if it were to come on the market.
bidding with anybody else.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, but we can say, we can limit the type of future housing that could be part of that specific plan. We do have that ability.
That's correct, and I believe staff's recommending low, very low and moderate.
Okay. Let me cross out that one bad answer. So, so talking about that housing, if you can set the categories, I'm always leery, well, not always, I'm learning to be leery of sentences that say housing at very low, low, and moderate, because it doesn't agree how much of which, and it may end up all moderate. Can you be as specific also to set agreed upon tiers or percentages of each of those categories in your specific plan?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, yes, I think we can do that.
And is that a function of later in the specific plan after the initiation?
Yes, and just to be careful, if we were to do that, keeping in mind that what we need through RENA might change.
Right.
So in some cases, it might be better to actually have the flexibility as opposed to specifically identifying a
So
particular
could it be
percentage.
as vague or certain as to say, as determined by the city at a future date?
I would be a little cautious only in that it makes it economically uncertain for a developer.
Okay. It's kind of a rhetorical question, because there'll always be a need for very low and low, no matter what, I suspect. And then, once the specific plan is in place, I think I know the answers to the questions to these, but I'm just going to ask them out loud. A future council cannot unilaterally change that specific plan, but the specific plan can be changed bilaterally by a future council and the specific plan participant. Does that sound right?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, a specific plan can be amended, and it's amended in the same way that it would be adopted.
With the two parties involved, though, right?
Well, yes, I would assume if the applicant wanted to amend the specific plan.
Well, I'm going the other way, actually. So if the city wanted better terms on a future specific plan that the applicant didn't want, can the city unilaterally change that specific plan? Look to your right.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, yes, the specific plan is a legislative document by the city council. You can amend it without the owner's consent.
Okay.
I believe that's my understanding as well.
Thanks. And then on the designation question, once you're given what you're recommending, the designation of, what staff's recommendation of priority community development, which includes, this may be the quote or close to the quote, not a requirement that it's not principally operated for profit. Can in the future the owner of that parcel that was given that designation sell the property to someone who will operate it principally for profit?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, if the specific plan identifies the use as a not-for-profit medical clinic, then it would be, that's the land use designation.
So let me be more specific on Mike Jordan's nightmares. So this all works really well and gets implemented. And 10 years from now, a private developer walks up, and if this is a $16 million project, they walk up and offer $25 million for the parcel to build housing on it, and it pencils out for them for profit, and the AIHS takes that and just moves to a new location. We clearly have moved from not principally operated for profit when we gave them that designation and the good things that come along with it, but then it transitions to a for-profit operation. Is that allowed?
Not if it's specifically identified as a not-for-profit. That's the use that
But
would.
not, the medical part of it doesn't go along with that. It's just not for-profit, principally not for-profit.
Councilmember Jordan, I believe you're referring to the non-residential square footage, which is the community benefit designation. If the project were to become residential, that would no longer be part of the equation.
So they could not knock it down and rebuild with greater square footage than they were originally given in that case, right?
Councilmember Jordan, they could, because we only have limits on non-residential square
Right.
footage. It would still need to go through any standard design review or other approval process.
Okay. But you see the theme of my question here, right? We lose the control over a not-for-profit designation and the allowances that were given, and a sale then treats it just like a parcel that can be developed for profit, right? Or wrong?
Councilmember Jordan, the specific plan does not currently limit the allowed uses to a not-for-profit. That language is coming from our non-residential growth management ordinance and the community benefit allocation. So if the site were redeveloped, that would not necessarily come into play. I believe what you may be asking, though, is if the current clinic, which is who you are designating as the community priority, if they were to move out and a for-profit medical clinic go in, is that?
Or a for-profit housing development?
Well, again, Councilmember Jordan,
Either
housing
one of
has
those,
different
yeah.
limitations. So that
Okay.
square footage allocation is irrelevant. At that point, they'd be redeveloping with residential square footage.
Okay.
And it's the specific plan at that point where that's designating it as only for affordable housing.
Okay. I think I understand. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Nedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I believe, I can't read her, our first speaker at the top there was trying to answer a question of Mr. Jordan. She was raising her hand. I just want to give her that
Alrighty.
chance before.
I see a hand up. Go right ahead.
Sorry, through the mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I just wanted to point out, it is a historic building. So that building will have covenants on it that will be, through the sale from the federal government, restrict the ability to modify that building. And those will be covenants in the deed. So I just wanted to add that. And the 3,500 is actually, well, it ends up only being 2,500 additional square feet that would be designated through the community benefit. And that's quite modest. Direct Relief had over 100,000 square feet that they received through the community priority designation. There's a long list of other establishments. And again, as Mr. Busk explained, that's only related to commercial. And again, we're a nonprofit who's been here for 30 years, and we plan to be here for at least another 30, 50, 100. So we're not going anywhere. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Nedden, you ready?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rouse. I really want to thank the applicant and staff both for taking so much extra time with us leading up to this meeting, answering our questions. I think we had many, many questions. And so now I'm down to one that I still can't quite get a handle on. I'm very supportive of this project. But this specific plan, so I guess, is a specific plan parcel specific, or is it between parties? Is it a plan specifically with AIHS, or are we making a specific plan for this parcel independent of whoever owns it?
Councilmember Sneddon, the specific plan goes with the land.
Okay, so then that leads to my sort of follow-up questions about the Planning Commission comments. Is this our only opportunity to either limit uses or expand uses? Or would we be able to address that if the property changed hands at that time? And I suppose my question is, can we really just simplify what we're considering today for this specific usage? Or do we really need to be considering mobile home parks and density of housing and, recreational vehicles and banks and financial institutions? There are a lot of comments there from the Planning Commission that I'm really not sure what context to put them in. And I'm hoping you're going to tell me that we can renegotiate that specific plan at a later time when it changes hands, if it ever does. Can you help me with that?
Ms. Ostringer.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, as we mentioned, this specific plan can be amended at a later date. And as Mr. Kalan pointed out, it can be unilaterally changed by the council as opposed to having an agreement with the applicant. That said, if council knows what specific uses they do want and are sure about it, it would be nice to have those comments now and take care of it at this time.
And then would the current applicant then need to be handling any EIR or CEQA investigations based on whatever notes we put in here for future uses?
I'll let Ms. DeBusk answer that.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. The environmental review would be based on the project description. And so that would be what's, agreed upon between the applicant and the city. And so I suppose that if they hear comments from the city council as to, land uses that should be in the specific plan, they can make that as part of their analysis. The city could also address any other potential uses in that analysis as well if we were making a recommendation that was other than what the applicant was proposing.
Okay, and then I'm okay with removing uses, but adding uses seems to me burdensome. And so I'm wondering about the upzoning question. Is that something that would have to be done now, or if that could be done later when it might be more relevant?
Councilmember Sneddon, as Ms. Ostringer mentioned, it could be done at a later date. So that is direction that we will take from City Council in terms of what uses you feel are appropriate and what you want us to continue to study as this project moves forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I do want to point out with regards to the Housing Crisis Act, there is that bar where once we raise our density, the state is coming back and saying it's, it may not be appropriate to lower it back down. So just keeping that in mind.
That just confirms for me why I wouldn't want to raise it right now. Thank you.
All right, very good. Question for either Mr. Colon or Ms. Ostringer about the proximity next to a park. I know before we've dealt with things about encumbrances with the park and proximity, so wouldn't that necessarily limit the scope of a project that we don't have on the table in front of us right now?
Mayor Rouse, I think you're thinking of the charter provision that says we can't encumber a park. In this case, it's not on park property. It's the federal government, so even though it is adjacent to the park, it's not necessarily encumbering the park.
All right, very good. All right, do we have further questions, Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry if this question's already been asked, but what if any, is the process to overrule a historical designation?
Councilmember Gutierrez, we haven't formally acted upon the historic structures report, so that's something that would still take place. Our Historic Landmarks Commission reviews those reports, and they would indicate whether, they concur with the conclusions of that report.
So there's no formal process in which to change that? If the overall consensus of the community feel like this location would be better served as something different that couldn't be overruled?
Councilmember Gutierrez, there would be a process if in the future someone were proposing to alter or demolish the building. However, it would likely be lead to the requirement for an environmental impact report and statement of overriding considerations. And so it would be a very arduous process to get to that point.
So is there not going to be an environmental report done in order for the remodels to take place? Because from my understanding, it was built back in the 50s, right? And back then they were still using asbestos and lead paint, and I believe there was a lot of vehicles that were parked there that were using diesel and God knows what else. I would imagine there's probably a high level of toxicity, and it being so close to a children's park is kind of worrisome.
Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, we will be doing environmental review of this project. And so those are all the things that we'll be going through the checklist. And I believe that Ms. Collins may have some additional information on that specifically.
As Councilmember Gutierrez, through the mayor, I can add that there has been a phase 1 initial assessment of this site. Actually, it is quite clean. And so I just want to make sure there's not a misinformation out there or concern in the community related to environmental issues. And Ms. DeBusk's correct, that will also be part of the environmental analysis that's done on the specific plan after it's initiated and after we apply. So all those issues will be looked at very carefully by the city, but they've already been looked at by the federal government as well, and that's part of this process of transferring out of federal ownership into a private nonprofit ownership. There's a separate NEPA process. NEPA is like the cousin to CEQA, which is the California Environmental Quality Act. There's a federal similar law that's called NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. And so there already has been analysis by IHS under NEPA, not only of the environmental issues, but also of historic issues. And to answer Councilmember Gutierrez's question, part of that process has identified the building as historic, and there will be covenants that will be built into the deed that will limit what can be done with the property, compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards, for example, related to historic properties will be required. I also want to add something about specific plans because it is confusing. A specific plan is not like a development agreement. It's not some deal that you make with the landowner. Specific plan is just zoning. And you all know you can rezone a property all the time even though with an unwilling landowner. The reason it's called a specific plan is because you're specializing the zoning. And in here, this case, we wanted the office medical, and in talking with staff thought that was appropriate. They didn't want to go and just make it a commercial designation. They wanted to be more targeted. And in the city's own zoning code, there are a list of things that you can do in the OM, the office medical use. And many of them, by the way, require a CUP. But I mean, there are things like you could have a daycare center, but you need a CUP. So in order to do that, if there was ever going to be a daycare center, which again, there's not a plan for one, we would have to come back and it would be a new discretionary process with the city where there would be a conditional use permit, but it would be possible because it is a use that's been already found ancillary to a medical use. Same thing with banks, for example, are on the list because sometimes there's a little teller, when you walk into your medical clinic, maybe there's a little bank teller. Or maybe that was back in the 80s and it doesn't happen now. But the point is that is in the city's zoning code. It's something that was identified as an ancillary use, and that's why it's on the list. So my view is this is something we can work out as we move forward. After we've initiated the specific plan, we can go through these specific uses. I appreciate Councilmember Snedden's comments and the interest in simplifying. And there's also, I think, an interest in just doing what the city has done in other places where office medical is appropriate, and allowing those uses since they're allowed other places. So I think there'll be a balance of that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Without any further questions, we have a speaker on the item.
Correct, we have one public speaker, Magdalena Serrano. Magdalena, you may begin your comments.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
You just speak up, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. Are you able to hear me now?
It's a little light. I don't know if you have volume control on your side, but go ahead. We can try to listen in.
My
We're
name
good.
is Magdalena Serrano, and I am a former employee of American Indian Health and Services and the current director of Behavioral Health and Psychiatry Services for community health centers of the Central Coast. I just wanted to participate in the conversation today as an Indigenous community member and also as a healthcare leader in Santa Barbara County. I just wanted to also lean in and share my full support of American Indian Health and Services request for changes to the plan use designation as a featured home for their clinic. It is critical that those in this room hear that they're a critical partner within Santa Barbara healthcare provider networks and serve the American Indian and Alaska Native community in a culturally resonant manner. For urban Indian peoples, there are so few spaces and places that we can call home, let alone have home. And they are an invaluable organization and a true healthcare home for the Indigenous community, not just of Santa Barbara, but also of many coastal regions. Many community members come from Los Angeles County, Ventura County, to ensure that they have this comprehensive healthcare model that truly resonates their values and their beliefs. If health equity and access to care are priorities for this council and for the city of Santa Barbara, I urge you to support American Indian Health and Services at this time, so that today they are positioned and have the capacity and space to serve community members in the future and the future generations that will continue to be responding to this pandemic and the many waves that we will see impact this in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we do have two more speakers. Chen Win Wong, you are allowed to speak. A screen will pop up to unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hi, I'm actually Dr. Alice Huang. I'm the District Dental Officer at American Indian Health and Services. And I joined the clinic in 2013. And since 2013, I have had the privilege of serving the community and growing the dental services at this clinic to fit the needs of our community. There are very limited dental services for the Medi-Cal and low-income patients in Santa Barbara. And as a result, we kind of brought on dentists and more extensive training and now specialists to meet the needs of our patients. And our ability to help our patient is really limited by our ability to have fully equipped chairs. And we're really asking that we be able to increase our access to dental care in the future through increase in workspace. This allows us to treat patients in pain more quickly before necessary care become emergent. Dental pain can be postponed, but you really can't be cured through medication. It requires a procedure, and oftentimes in our patient population, a surgery. These procedures are often delayed as a result of limit in space. Our patient population has grown since the opening of the dental department, and we want to continue providing complex dental care in addition to our preventive routine dental care in a timely manner. And we're asking for a new location where we can actually better serve our community by having fully equipped chairs in every room and having plum chairs, which we don't have at this clinic because it's a rented space and we're limited in what we can do with these chairs. So we don't have rooms with full operatories as a result, and we can only do an exam in some of these chairs. And that's it for me. And thank you for listening to what I'd say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mia Lopez. Mia Lopez, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Haku.
Mia Lopez, it looks like you cut off. You may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Haku, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, Mia Kakti, Kapapane Shulmolo ki Siokton ka Eswakil, Hinakalamu Hilimu, Kastio Kapkumuli. My name is Mia Lopez. I'm the chair of the board of American Indian Health and Services. And as a board member, we've already submitted a letter to you on behalf of the clinic. But I would like to speak to you today as a member of the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation, tribal representative, mother, daughter, grandmother, community member, and vice chair of our tribe. As an urban Indian, American Indian Health and Services is the nearest urban Indian clinic in our territory for us to seek medical, dental, vision, and behavioral health care. Outside of Santa Barbara, the closest are located in Los Angeles, Fresno, Bakersfield, and San Jose. Not only does American Indian Health and Services take care of 4 generations of my family, my parents, myself, my kids, and now my grandson, but it also takes care of many of our tribal members and their families. The support we receive is not just medical, it's so much more. AIHNS provides behavioral health services that understands our culture, medical care that is holistic and includes our extended family, and creates gatherings and programming that heals our community as well as ourselves. Our clinic has held a small yet strong place within the city, and I'm looking forward to seeing it be more prominent and benefiting even more of the community with the services it provides. Being able to move into a new space would not only help make access easier, but will also allow the clinic to utilize the funds spent on rent to broaden the programs it already has and build new programs to support all of those it serves. I began working at the clinic in 1994, and I worked there for 10 years before moving on. But because of the many programs and support the clinic offers, I've never been very far apart from it and have been on the board now for several years. It's been a privilege to be part of such a great organization with such a dynamic team, and I look forward to AIHNS being more visible to the community and having a permanent home in Santa Barbara. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that closes public comment on this item, and we'll go to the council. We were relatively deliberative and pretty complete in our questioning, so hopefully as we deliberate, we'll kind of focus on the recommendations, how they're laid out, so we can get around to a resolution at some point in time. First off is Mr. Friedman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I again would like to thank the project applicant for coming back and having the detailed conceptual financials and going into greater detail on the background of this project and the importance. And I'd like to thank our staff for taking the time to work with them and brief us individually so we can come into this meeting fully prepared, because it is a big move forward, because this is not only for our community in terms of vital healthcare services, but for this area of town. It's such a key intersection for us with so much going on there that we're really planning the future there and the viability of that neighborhood. So we want to get it right, and we want to serve as many residents in our community as possible. So with that, I'm reminded of that old Lynyrd Skynyrd song, Simple Man. And tonight, Councilmember Sneddon and I, we both mentioned the need to simplify. And we all know the complex planning process that the city of Santa Barbara has. So I think we need to have a simple plan to the extent that we can. And for me, that really goes to tightening up the specific plan and the uses of the property to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the project applicant and not requiring, additional information and allowing other uses that are ancillary to this that could come up in a theoretical possibility that the property is eventually sold without the clinic being built. So to the extent that we can really focus in on what they're requesting and move this project forward, I'm supportive of that. So the first thing I'll say is that I am supportive of moving forward with the specific plan and the general plan amendments. First of all, I'd like to address what I think is the largest outstanding issue is the 5-unit density versus the 12 units from staff. So I'm supportive of keeping it at the current zoning of 5. I think there's the issue that Ms. Ostringer brought up today that if we raise it to 12, then that goes into our RHNA numbers, our Regional Housing Needs Assessment. I try not to use acronyms for the public. Numbers that were assigned and that there's now this no net loss. And it also helps mitigate Councilmember Jordan's expressed nightmare scenario where a developer could come in and want to put in a bunch of residential. So if we keep it at 5, it lowers that risk. Even though it might be minimal, it further minimizes it. I also am supportive where the Planning Commission was of, this is where I am also, is emergency staging. I think there is a need for that, and just for the record, they have offered that, and it's been using for the Clinic on Wheels that was out there, the vaccinations, and those types of events, so I think that is a very valuable public use. And I'm specifically, for when we get down to this, is supportive of the nonprofit medical use, which is what they're asking for. And I'm not sure if this needs to go into the motion tonight or if it could be further suggested, but since it was out there and for staff, for your feedback for me is I'm also supportive of the comments from Planning Commission of removing mobile home park, permanent recreational vehicles, banks, financial institutions, and those types of things on the property. And whether or not that needs to be in the specific plan or there's another way to mitigate those out, when we get to the time to make a motion, perhaps you could help us with that, Mr. Clone and Ms. Ostringer. And then, in terms of the community benefit, I think that, I'll just say it's clearly there. And I appreciate the public comment tonight, in addition to Ms. Lopez, I think was the last one to speak, that you mentioned it's not just a medical clinic, it's a behavioral health and a mental health clinic and provides so much more. And when you look at the conceptual design plans, that's taken into account those types of things. With the open space, with the healing garden, I particularly liked what they're doing on Las Positas, is turning that dirt strip into something that has vegetation, trees, and those types of things, which beautifies the area, which is a benefit to all the businesses around there. So I'm supportive of that. And it is quite startling when we were heard that it's a 30% reduction in their costs by moving from their current location to where they are. And that 30% reduction, again, some of the public comments mentioned this, but I was thinking it as well, would go into the services that they're providing to the public. And we're talking about all members of the public who are vulnerable populations, and we have a critical need for that. And it was mentioned that the closest clinic like this is LA or the Bay Area. So to have that available for all lower income and vulnerable populations here and to be able to invest in those services and not into rent is a definite community benefit for us. So, and then I think that is all that we need that I have right now. I don't think there was anything else outstanding, so if there is, I'll get to it. But so ultimately, when it gets time to it, I'm basically supportive of the staff recommendation with the change to the 5 units. And the other thing I'm just going to put out there is I would still like to continue the dialogue, not as part of the specific plan, on any potential partnerships, licensing agreements to use the parking lot for the park. We have a lot of community events there, but that's for a side discussion, but I just want to keep that discussion going no matter where it goes. I think we owe it to our residents in the city to keep that discussion going. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So this location right here is right at the sort of intersection of Councilmember Friedman's district and District 4, and it's a really well-traveled hub right there. And for those reasons, I think what we decide to do here really matters. And I think this is what I would think is the highest and best use of this particular location. So I'll just go through with my comments. I do really want to appreciate the applicant that council asked for more information at the last visit to council and asked that it go to planning commission. And the applicant really delivered, really came through with visualizing the plans rather than they had toured us through and had really described it to us, but now there are actual plans for us to look at, but also really helping answer the questions about financing, which builds our confidence that this project will indeed move forward. And I really want to see it be successful and move forward. The community benefit designation is completely appropriate for this site. It truly will be bringing benefit for the whole community, but public health, safety, general welfare. We're really seeing, having visited your older facilities and seeing all the population that you were serving there and seeing how this facility already is so much improved and really serving so many members of the community. I really appreciate the gardens and the attention to maintaining the historical elements. I believe the current density and zoning as parks, open spaces with single-family resident zoning is appropriate for now. If there tends to be a project later, then that would sort of instigate a specific plan for any newer development there, and then we could put in inclusionary and different requirements and have that be a specific plan for that type of use. But the applicant isn't asking for that type of use at this time. So I would support higher density there, but I don't see that it needs to be part of this process and burdening it in that way. So I don't see the need to upzone at this time. I'm already appreciating the improvements at this site and those that are planned as well. Already, the razor wire being gone and the frontage looks more welcoming is already a big improvement. I'm looking forward to how much more is going to be improved and how it was laid out in the plans. Looking forward to that corner being welcoming and really serving the community as opposed to being sort of dead space that it was. This facility is going to be serving our most vulnerable members of our community. It's right on a public transportation corridor. It's also nearby to Peabody Charter School, which is one of the largest schools in our district and serves largely underrepresented members of our community. It's right in the heart of that area, so families who are already going to school in that area would have access to that as well. And then I think I do just want to make a few comments to the Planning Commissioner comments, and I do really appreciate the process that it went to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission really delved into all the possibilities of what this space could be. I don't want to burden this particular project with that. So as I said before, I'd be fine with taking away potential uses, and that could then later instigate a specific plan if it was ever needed. But I'm hoping it won't be. I'm hoping that this project will be successful. But to these specific comments, I'm good with taking away the uses for mobile home park or permanent recreational vehicle parks or the financial institution uses, unless it truly is about having a vending bank teller machine. That would be okay, but I don't want it to be a bank and to be, there's already a bank on the opposite corner there, and that would be sort of not really community space. So specifically to the comments from the planning commissioners, I support nonprofit, and I want to really emphasize nonprofit medical clinics, nonprofit dental care, nonprofit behavioral health uses. I think in the bullet points in the slide presentation, it just says medical uses, and I really only am supporting these if these are nonprofit there. The 100% affordable housing, of course, I support that, but that's not what the applicant is asking for, so I don't see why we would need to include that right now. Emergency staging, fine. Remove mobile home park, remove recreational vehicle, remove banks, financial institutions. And if that would mean then restricting only to nonprofit, medical, dental, behavioral health, and then recreational facilities, public facilities, community care facilities for elderly care, or daycare centers, I'd be fine with those. But I don't see any reason to be upzoning at this point, particularly because we don't plan to use it that way right now. And I really want this project to move forward and be successful. And to Councilmember Friedman's additional point there, if there is a way to have a partnership with the parking lot, that would be appreciated. But I don't also think that that needs to be holding up the process. So I'm in support of the staff recommendation without upzoning the density.
Very good. Keep all those comments in mind for motion time. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for addressing my nightmares. Just to keep it simple, I agree with everything you just heard, maybe just with a couple nuances of my particular answers to the questions. The uses as I see that should be allowed going forward are what's being proposed or similar, as Councilmember Sneddon just said, or I could also see in the future a combination of what's being proposed or that list with some housing, or if eventually they moved out of there and sold the property, housing, as long as with the caveat that it's 100% affordable. And by 100% affordable, I would be worried that it's not 100% moderate, but it has a tiered level or a great component of very low and low versus moderate. I'm a little amused, I guess, at the reference to the RHNA concerns, of the nuance of what we would be doing to our RHNA numbers in the future when we don't seem to be all that concerned about our RHNA numbers in the present. So I just want to build in the flexibility. To tell you the truth, when I walk through projects like this, as Debbie and Beth will tell you, one of my first comments is, with a big parking lot like that, why can't you also be planning for a combination of employee and or low income, the employee housing and a combination of those that you're serving housing also. And that would be my perfect world, is if they're actually overparked and find out they are, and they had the ability to come back to us to house employees on site and to house the people they actually serve on site also, low-income participants. So how we get there, I'm not sure, because I was way too down in the weeds on my questions. But that's how I think I'm following the same pathway as you've heard from my peers already. And I'm willing to live with any density as long as it meets those qualifications. Doesn't really matter to me what it is, as long as it meets those goals of, if it ever were to change, it would change into a housing beneficial status for us. Your employees are on site, or low-income people are on site too, or some combination of that. Somewhere in there, you asked for reaction to the conceptual design. As always, I think Mr. Pikert has done a great job at matching 1950s municipal historic design. Like you'd see a water district in downtown LA, not a lot of choices there. He kept the lines straight and horizontal, and I think it looks great. I like the layout of the loss of the structure between the two buildings and an open atrium there, and then the outdoor greenery does really great. In particular, I appreciate the tree buffer. It's a long way from ever this happening, but I appreciate the tree buffers on both sides of the property between the facility and the park. I think that breaks it up, cut down on the noise, cut down on the issues of people worried about who's looking in at the park. And I am always appreciative of not just a bus stop, but a bus shelter. So I've been in their current I've been at their current location, not for them, but for other reasons, and it's for being right in the middle, sort of in the middle of the city. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. The bus stop is a pole in the ground up by the gas station. The building they're in is like a habit trail, and couldn't be more tickled that they have this opportunity to upgrade their facilities in a location that's more central, gives people who have to be there for a long period of time or bring somebody other places to go right in the surrounding area, if not on site, also at the facilities they're going to bring, they're going to build. And just think it's a great opportunity, and I don't want to let my nightmares mess it up, that's for sure. So happy to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you for keeping your nightmares contained. Yeah, you know, I think that as we look at these projects, and if we get too far in the weeds when we're right here at the 30,000-foot level still right now today, all we can do is encumber the project's future and maybe delay it by getting too far in the details. So, and speaking of weeds, I'm very happy to think that this corner is finally not going to be a weed garden much longer. That corner has deserved improvement for all these years, and I think this is a fabulous idea. So with that, I would entertain somebody who would like to craft a motion as regards the recommendations. Mr. Friedman.
So at this point, I look at the staff recommendation. So Part A is to initiate a specific plan to replace the existing RS 7.5 zoning designation to allow the community benefit health clinic and other uses. So I'd move that. I'd move item C, which is designate the community health clinic project as a community benefit project. And then item B, I'll move that, but with the change to keep it at 5 dwelling units per acre rather than the 12. And based on what I'm hearing, I don't know if we need to have any of the other comments that we had in there, but if we do want to incorporate them, I'm open to it. But at this point, I'll just move A, B, and C with the change from 12 to 5.
Okay, that's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anything to the discussion to the motion?
I do.
Ms. Senden.
Yes. So I think we should record our comments, maybe not as part of the official motion, but I would like to have included in the record support for nonprofit medical clinic uses, nonprofit dental care, nonprofit behavioral health, 100% affordable housing, possible emergency staging. If the rest of council approves, then removing mobile home park, removing recreational vehicle park, and removing banks and financial institutions. And if there is a way to incorporate support for employee housing later, but I think that could come back to us as a specific.
So would these then be comments as addenda? Because right now, once again, we are at that 30,000.
They would be comments as addenda.
Okay. Mr. Friedman, maker of the motion.
I accept that, and you captured everything I was thinking, so that's more staff direction to work on all those items. And then we move item A, B, and C with the change from 12 to 5.
Okay, so before we go further, can I make sure that we have a clear motion? Madam Clerk, you want to give that a shot?
Sure. So motion by Friedman, seconded by Sneddon, to include a direction of keeping A and C and changing action B from 12 acres to 5 acres?
Correct, 12 to 5.
12 dwelling, excuse me. The motion was to move staff recommendations A and C. Staff recommendation B was moved with the modification to 5 dwelling units per acre from the proposed 12 dwelling units per acre.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. Councilmember Sneddon?
Are we
going
voting now?
Did everybody understand the motion before we go to a vote? Okay, very good. Then please go ahead with the roll call vote.
Councilmember Sneddon?
I think I just want to confirm that then the comments were an addenda to the motion. They'll be included in the comments.
Mr. Long.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, I was unable to record them, so you'll need to confirm that the clerk got your full list. Or a reference to the staff report would help us as well.
Does that need to be actually a part of the motion, or this is an addenda as comment? How do we incorporate that to make sure it's, I think we're looking to memorialize the comments rather than make them an action. Or is there a difference there? In other words,
Okay,
we don't
well-
want to screw this proposal up by getting too far into the details, so.
I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. We could report back to you based on the comments we heard in the record of
If
The
they could
uses-
just be included in the minutes.
minutes.
I'm trying to honor the work that Planning Commission did in coming forward with their comments and the ones that I'm agreeing with, and then also incorporating Councilmember Jordan's comments about affordable housing, supporting that 100% affordable housing as well. I would just like them reflected in the minutes. I can read them again. They're from the different bullet points in the PowerPoint presentation. They're referred to in the staff report, but I think it, as this is beginning of a long process of discussions, I think it would be worthwhile to have them in the minutes. Would you like me to read them again?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Ms. Bjork, no. Okay.
And these do reflect also the Planning Commission comments.
Right.
So support nonprofit medical clinic use, support nonprofit dental care, support nonprofit behavioral health, support 100% affordable housing, support emergency staging, support the removal of mobile home park designation, the removal of a recreational vehicle park, removal of banks and financial institutions, keep recreational facilities, public facilities, community care facilities for elderly care, daycare centers, and continue as part of the conversation partnership with the use of the parking lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
And these will just be part of the minutes regarding the action. Would you like to approve staff recommendation with the change to B, which is again from 12 dwelling units per acre to 5 dwelling units per acre, correct? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And that's really the main change to the recommendation. Okay, very good. So if we all understand the motion, can we take a roll call, please?
Perfect. Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Mayor Rouse?
Aye. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Would you read the next item, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item 12, executive agreement with OpenGov Incorporation for online digital budget book and appropriate general fund reserves in fiscal year 2022.
Mr. DiMartini.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini, your Finance Director. It's my pleasure to present an overview of this project, taking our budget book and making it online and interactive and much more user-friendly to the public. Next slide, please. The agenda for tonight's presentation is to provide the objectives for this project, as well as discuss the current limitations of our existing budget book and budget process, provide some really good examples of successful implementations in cities near to us and in California, provide an overview of the project features and benefits, the costs and savings of this project, the timeline, and a request to City Council. Next slide, please. The objectives of this project are really to take our budget from its current static PDF document and printed bound book into a user-friendly, interactive, much more broad, citizen-engaged document and a tool that the citizens and the public can use to understand the city's finances and the city's budget. It will present our budget in a much more understandable, user-friendly way. It will promote civic engagement, and it will help strengthen the public's trust in our financial situation. Next slide, please. The current budget document is very labor-intensive to create and develop. It takes a number of different documents and spreadsheets and databases and reports and tools, and staff have to manually manipulate and prepare a number of other documents to put it into the document that you see every year. It is The current document is just over 630 pages, and it's very difficult for any user to use that book to identify information that they may be looking for. And the new tool will make it much more interactive and intuitive for users to find information that they are looking for. And I have a couple of examples here. Next slide, please. This slide shows a couple pages from the City of Oakland that has already implemented this tool. It's more of a tabular pictorial view of the city's finances. It's much more intuitive about where to drill into different areas of the city's budget where they can find information, organization charts, financial summaries, individual departments like the police department or Parks and Recreation, staffing, major projects and initiatives. It categorizes the budget in a way that's intuitive and just makes sense for the public to find it. Next slide, please. Here are a couple other examples from the city of Ukiah and the city of Tampa in Florida. We're able to consolidate information that's graphical and very content-based, performance measurement information, other activities and functions of the city in a way that is presented in a way that's sort of interesting and easier for the public to find. Next slide, please. Here's another example from the city of Cupertino, just in the Bay Area. And this is a great example that uses pictures and icons and percentages and information relative to to really understand all the intricacies of the city's budget, including the different revenue sources. This is an example of how sales tax revenue is generated in this particular city and explains how those sales tax dollars are used. So we would be in a position with this tool to explain how the specific revenues are used for specific purposes in a much more robust interactive way than we currently are able to do. Next slide, please. So the city staff has chosen OpenGov to be the software to implement this really great budget tool. Why OpenGov? Well, they're the main player in the space. They have implemented this tool in dozens and dozens of cities and counties and special districts and public education systems across the state and really across the country. We currently have an agreement with OpenGov. They provide our online transparency tool, which many of you are aware of. So we're expanding our capability with this existing software provider, which staff is very pleased with. Next slide, please. The benefits of this particular project are these four main things and broken into two different phases. First is implementing the online budget book itself, taking it from that static PDF document into an interactive tool. We would hope to be able to grow into this application even more robustly in the future to really standardize and streamline our budget development process, which is a sort of a back office, involves dozens and dozens of city staff using spreadsheets and other sort of homegrown systems, and really standardizing it into a modern tool. And also, we will be implementing a robust integration with our financial system so that it's fully automated from our financial system, taking all of the data into the online budget book and transparency tool. And currently, that process is manual. So it's sort of a much more interactive, streamlined version. Next slide, please. There are many other potential benefits as well in the future which we could explore. For example, we can convert many of the city's reports, such as the Measure C Annual Accountability Report or the city's Capital Improvement Program report, again, which are very, very large PDF documents, and put those into the stories format. So again, it's much easier for the public to find information about individual projects and provide some additional context to help them find what they're looking for. Next slide, please. Going to mention we're planning to implement this in two phases. We're asking for your approval for phase one this evening, which would be for appropriation from general fund reserves totaling $117,543, which includes the annual software license for the OpenGov tool itself, as well as just over $36,000 of professional services support that staff will be required to have assistance from the consultant to actually implement the tool. That's a one-time cost. The ongoing software license will be an annual cost going forward. Phase two of the project will be considered in the upcoming budget cycle for appropriation for that piece of the project. Next slide, please. There will be some cost savings. And the primary benefit that we see from implementing this tool will be staff hours that will be diverted from a great deal of manual data entry, manual manipulation work, and diverting those hours to performing much more analytical, value-adding work. To not only support the production of the book itself online, but to also support departments in their budget development process. Those are just staff hours in the finance department alone. I fully expect that there will be staff hours saved and diverted to other more meaningful budget-related work from all departments over time. We will also save costs with paper and toner and binders and just the production of the book itself. We estimate that to be around $5,000 annually. Next slide, please. We have done a good job internally of vetting this project, both with our internal budget steering committee, finance and IT and other operations staff across all the departments. We presented this to the finance committee back on December 14th, and the finance committee unanimously voted to support this project. So we are here before the city council this evening. If you approve, we will move ahead very quickly here so that the online budget tool will be available and ready for the proposed budget for fiscal year 23, which we will be releasing to the public in mid-April. So we have a very short timeline to implement this project before mid-April, and we plan to use it going forward for all future budgets. Next slide, please. So our request to council this evening is to authorize the finance director to execute a one-year agreement with OpenGov totaling $117,543 to transition from the printed budget document to the online interactive format, and also appropriate available general fund reserves in the current fiscal year totaling $117,543 in the finance department. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. Are there questions for staff? Ms. Gutierrez? No. You may make a motion if that's your desire. Oh, there's no public comment, right?
There's no public comment.
I would like to make a motion to move this recommendation for
A
the.
motion from
go-
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to make a motion to move the recommendation from staff.
Thank you.
I'll second it, and I just want to make brief comments. I want to thank Mr. DeMartini for your enthusiasm for this project. I mean, there's a big game coming up later in the week that people are excited for, but I'm excited for this. So,
You would be.
so I just really want to say it's going to open up transparency. It's going to make the budget more accessible for the public. We'll be able to better allocate resources in the city to doing city business rather than printing the budget, and a budget that is almost outdated by the time that it gets printed. So it's going to be updated in real time. So there's so many benefits, and we approved it at finance. So I'm just happy that we're moving this forward. And for this fiscal year, we get to test it out, and that we already have a relationship with this vendor that we've been using, so we are familiar with them. So I'm glad to second the motion that we're moving forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. If everybody understands the motion, I would entertain a roll call vote from the clerk, please.
Perfect. So, motion by Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Freeman to approve staff recommendation. Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon,
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
Aye. That carries. Very good. Ms. Gutierrez, you have a, oh, you don't. Okay, very good. Very good. With that, we'll go to council committee assignment reports. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Let's see. I attended the Upper State Street Regional Action Plan, and they gave reports on the closure now of the Rose Garden Inn project, and that happened January 31st. None of the people in the project were dropped. However, because of COVID, there have been shortages in the places where people can go. So that's something that we'll be getting updates on later. But for the public to know, there will still be patrols in the area for a time, and these regional action plan meetings will continue to happen so we can continue to hear concerns in the neighborhood. I visited, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. A regional action, a State Street interim ad hoc committee. We went over the fire lane letter, a draft of that will be going out to the business community. We will be talking about parades and portability in the future. We sort of agreed that discussing accessibility is a really having to happen now and not in the future. And we'd like the business community to understand that. And also really working with the businesses in collaboration. Also attended a CCRB meeting, nothing really to report there. That's new. Thank you.
All right, very good. And there are no further reports. We'll adjourn with a hearty Go Rams on Sunday. We'll see you next week.